Me, moment, guys, we're doing something with YouTube here. Well, let me ask somebody in YouTube. Can you guys hear me? A little experiment this morning. Chris was on from 8:30 to I guess about 9:15. Sorry, guys. I'm just we're trying to get our YouTube room going. Okay, guys on YouTube, can you hear me? Okay, well, we'll have to deal with that later. Try to get this YouTube issue up and running. Okay, you can hear me? Okay, good, good. Thank you very much. Looks like it's all good. All right, guys. Okay, I guess YouTube. Again, we did a little experiment this morning with YouTube. I don't know if anybody was in YouTube early, from 8:30 on to about 9:15. Chris and a gentleman, I think from Trade the Pool, were on. So they may do that every Monday morning. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the markets. What's happening with them? So click on New Doc Channel Bar, and I'm going to click on Show More. See what's happening with the major sectors. So we're in for a modestly positive open, guys. SPY is up just a little bit. See if we can have another two positive days in a row. We had a great day on Friday, of course. So what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs. Sorry, the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. So when you see 95% in green, what does that mean? That means that 95% of the stocks are up from Friday's close. So let's take a look at other sectors. There's really no other big sector. I consider anything 70% might be, when I say big, I mean no ripping sector. Obviously, energy right now is the sector, but we've got some mixed, healthcare is about 50-50, communications a little less than 50-50. Retail, retail has been under siege, 65% right now. Anyway, we'll take a look at this. Well, what I want to do is, as always, take a look at where are they in relation to their 200-day moving average. So I want to take a look at retail. Let me get a daily chart back. Yeah, so look what happened on Friday, guys. Retail actually poked its head above the 200-day moving average and held. And we're at 66. So this is pretty interesting. We had a couple of down days on retail. Didn't look very good. Looked like we might maybe start testing these areas, but only 2 days. And then Friday, we had a nice day popping above the 200-day. Communications, which has been on a run, and see the 200-day, but it's getting closer. But yeah, look at this, guys. I mean, this was probably the worst performing sector for the longest time. But look what's happened with communications. There's the 200-day, 54.31. We're not that far away. Big day on Friday, of course. So we're not that far away. The other one, of course, to keep an eye on is the financial ETF, XLF. And I think that we're still over it. You know, for a bit there, we were sort of at it. We had a nice run. Then it didn't look that good for 3 days, but Friday helped. Friday is definitely helping. Again, there, that green line that you see on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. And then technology. Let's take a look at technology, XLK. Another one, kind of like communications, except communications never did this. The communication sector never did this. You know, XLK, when was that? That was on the 13th. So about 6 weeks ago, got above the 200-day moving average, and then basically slid away, little recovery. And now Friday, we'll see. Maybe today, we're above the 200-day moving average. Thank you, Casa. So it was GBS. Okay, so GBS changed its symbol to INBS. Uh, a moment, please. Well, it'll be fascinating to see if this can actually get back over $1 again and then run from $1. I mean, a lot of people out there just won't trade anything under $1, and I guess I'm in that group. I know it's up 276%. I know that. Well, there's really no resistance. I mean, we'd have to take a look at, what was it? I guess let's take a look at GBS. We still have some data on GBS. Yeah, we don't have any more data on it. So market is still in for a mildly positive open. I'm hearing another one here, guys. IAA is, wow, it's a nice breakout on the daily. Ritchie Brothers recuts a deal for, are they trying to buy? Oh, okay, they're trying to buy them. Okay. So they've obviously upped the offer. So so they're upping the cash offer to 12.80 from 10, and then plus stock. And Vuzi I was hearing Vuzi also. So Vuzi is getting VUZI, getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. 595 is the 200-day moving average. All right, let's take a look at some of the other ones that I didn't really go over. Let's see, ARDS, it's up 14%, not a ton of volume. Let's take a look. This one, JFBR. Yeah, you know what? I saw this one when I logged on this morning, JFBR. So, but then it just dropped. I mean, it's still up 15%, but the high was up to 3. Don't see any specific news on it. Really, this is out of the price range I typically trade, but boy, this Wayfair W with all these upgrades. With the company that did a bunch of layoffs. And that's the one from JP Morgan. And again, I keep thinking this is a misprint. This Wayfair price target announced at $38 from Wedbush. I keep thinking this is a misprint. It's got to be at least 58, maybe 68. Doesn't make any sense to come out and say 38. However, I don't see a correction yet. And even Bank of America is raising their price target from 30 to 65 for Wayfair W. So this is definitely in play today, guys. That's okay, North. I just wanted to make sure I was reading it the same way. And the market's putting a little bit of a surge here, guys. WWW. And also through the 200-day moving average, 51.14. So you can see that green line on my daily chart. Hopefully you can see it. And that, so it is now through the 200-day moving average. INBS back to $1. How's China? Oh, China markets are closed today, aren't they? I think it's the Chinese New Year, the Lunar New Year. I think the China markets are closed. Doesn't mean these won't trade at all, but thank you, William. Well, we don't know. Okay, the question is, what is expected to go up today? If I knew that, but seriously, we don't know. I mean, you have to wait for the market to open. I mean, obviously, Wayfair W has got a lot of interest in it. Well, but whether it keeps going up from exactly this point, can't know until the market opens. But Wayfair's certainly got a lot of interest in it right now with all the upgrades. Okay, guys, market is going to open, as William said, in less than a minute, less than 30 seconds now. Let's have a great start to this trading week. And we are going to see a lot, maybe not so much today. I don't think there's not that many companies releasing pre-market today earnings, but after hours. And then for the balance of this week, we should have about 250 companies releasing earnings. W continues to climb here, guys. All right, we are now open. Let's see. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down just a little bit. All right, so CPRX moving down. I don't like the fact that it popped up like this. Okay, so this got hit because Teva is coming out with a generic version of their drug, of CPRX's drug. So that was that news was released right here. Stock went from about 21 down to 15. It recovered. It is now showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, but I wish this hadn't happened. I wish there hadn't been this. That's a big bounce. Wayfair continues to make new highs, guys. Wayfair W. You know, I had Bitcoin on my list, guys. BITO. How is Bitcoin doing right now? Middle is so kind of hanging in. I mean, it's up almost 2%. BITO, the ETF. I don't know what Bitcoin that is actually trading at right now. Somebody will tell me, but it's through the 200-day moving average, which is interesting. What is it? Still 121K? Wayfair continues to move here, guys. I mean, if you're, if you're somebody who doesn't mind taking a trade right off the bat, wow, INBS, guys, INBS just absolutely exploded through $1 now. And shoot, I almost took this one. I know it's sort of breaking a rule, but it's now halted. I didn't, you know what? I didn't see this break. I remember it was just hovering around $1, but it is now halted. It is now halted. This is, well, it's already the crazy one for today. I mean, 88-cent move from 20 cents, 335%. 25 million have traded already. Only 43,000 relative volume. Oh yeah, all these companies are coming out and saying we're investigating this horribleness of shorting, naked shorting, whatever you want to call it. I mean, you have to look up the definition of naked shorting, but shorting in general, basically absolving themselves of any any way, shape, or form, considering that perhaps they're going down because the companies just aren't making money. Now that got halted on the way up or the way down. See, yeah, okay, it got halted on the way up. So this one, CVK is CVKD IPO on Friday, and let's see, it had some news. Pre-market high was around 9. Okay, all eyes on INBS if it opens in 5 minutes. If it is a 5-minute halt. So this is what I'm seeing right now. Okay, so this is Interactive Brokers. This blue screen is from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price, 114. You can't see the symbol, but it is INBS. And there's a projected open of 120. Okay, and it is a 5-minute halt. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it will open at 9:36 plus 53 seconds. How do I know that? Well, here's our halt at 9:31 plus 53. Just add 5 to that. You get 9:36 plus 53 seconds. So just a little less than 9 at 9:37. So we'll see if it is going to be a 5-minute halt. Typically they are. If it's not a 5-minute halt, and typically it will be a multiple. Look at Wayfair on the move here, guys. So again, if you took that one early, you were definitely having some fun. Okay, so this INBS. So here's the only way I will play this. If somehow there's the halt at 114. Now the projected open is around 120. Now if it explodes up, that's it. But if somehow maybe just, maybe it gets up to that level and then comes back down underneath 114 and then takes out 114 again, That may get me in, but I may be, I don't think it's going to happen. Here we go. Look at this 124, 124. I'll keep this up here. Always exciting to see where some of these will open. And now we're open. Okay. Well, didn't explode. Hmm. Interesting. Interactive Broker says it's, oh, okay, just was stuck, I guess. Said it was still halted. All right, guys. The INBS, now, I can't recommend anything, but IB is getting stuck again in the order, in the bid ask. This is fine, but if you know what I'm talking, wow, okay. If you know what I'm talking about, it's in the order entry. So news on INBS, I don't know if they had some trading higher after well, I do know there was news, but company announced it successfully completed the review of results from milestone 7. Okay. So, I mean, you just have to look for news and that's it. INBS now halted again, guys. INBS halted again. CVKD came out of its halt and did not pop. Ooh, Genius is giving it up, guys. GNS is now really starting to give it up. GNS underneath 3 again. Well, low of Friday was 281. What's the market doing? Little disconnect here. So the Dow is down a little, NAS is up a little, so a little disconnect between revenue and growth stocks. SPY is basically flat. So not much happening right now in terms of the overall market. LYT from Friday, guys. LYT from Friday is having a little bit of a move here. Lots of volume coming in, low float. Of course, that had the crazy move on Friday, got all the way up to 228. It did sell right back down here. That's a big drop percentage wise, but it's trying to, I'm not saying it's going to fill this void, of course, but that's kind of the attraction. And lots of volume. Yes, 3 million already. Yeah, I didn't take the CPRX. This was a nice, not a bad short alert. 1669. Well, actually, it's just alerting now. 1669 was a short alert. I just didn't like that move up. I know somebody said they were short on the 17 break, so good for you. All right, a little bit of maybe a move in some of the cannabis stocks, guys. I'm seeing CGC. I'm actually seeing Tilray move a little bit, but I don't know, more news out of your government. But I have no faith in this whatsoever. But as a maybe as an intraday type trade, CGC though popping here, lots of volume coming in. It is a big float, 322 million in the float. So unless there's some insane news, somebody mentioned GoTo, GOTU earlier. Wow, no kidding. So the high when it had that big run almost straight up before it finally pulled back was 423. So it's at 416 right now. Novavax, NVAX, guys. A little bit of a pop here for Novavax. Actually, a big pop. 1160 to 1217. Problem is, let's take a look left. 1232 is the next high looking left, and then after that, 1370. So if it can get through 1232, and it's getting very close, then the next high is 1370. Certainly enough room. Wayfair continues to move higher. Yeah, good for you on the CPRX. I did not take it, but good for you because that really from the 660, 1669 down to 1636. I mean, there was the alert, okay, 930. But it obviously popped up a bit and then it came right back down. How's Tiva doing on that news? Actually, I didn't really check to see what Tiva was doing. Yeah, really nothing. All right, INBS opened and it actually moved down. So keep, be what I do maybe. I mean, if it takes out the high, like that, guys. Wow, this is really. So 150 is a key level. I think that the 50-cent level for stocks under $5 can be a bit of a barrier, kind of like whole numbers. But in this case, it may not. I mean, it may just rip right through it. You can see right where it is, 150, 149, 150, 149, 150. Lots of action right at 149, 150. And it just got halted again. And that's the INBS. Okay, guys. So Verb said, "Hey, we're going to join this naked shorting group or whatever." Well, I guess we've got a new sector now, the naked shorting sector. Company is very upset. They think there's been a lot of naked shorting in their stock, and that is now Verb has joined the fray. VERB. After the company announced its board of directors has begun examining measures to address the alleged illegal short selling of its stock. Wow. Well, I allowed myself to, well, it's happened before though. I allowed myself to not take the CPRX because of that pop it had in the pre-market. Okay, beaten up stock, Affirm, AFRM. Let's take a look left, and what is the next high? Looks like 1529, guys. If it can take out 1529, its next high is 1690. 1690 is the next high if Affirm, AFRM can take out 1529. So it would still have some room. Wow, CPRX just getting hammered now. Why did it do this? that hour that it went right back up. Wow. I wonder how much of their business is that drug. And I wonder, well, William probably doesn't have time, but so again, they have a drug. Teva has come up with a generic version of the drug that CPRX has. I just don't know what percent of the business that drug makes up for CPRX. It's obviously a pretty sizable chunk, be down 25%. Well, go to now, guys. Go to is now, wow, it's above that high back in about a month ago, December 22nd. The high was 423. So it's above that high now. China education stock. That was TAL doing, TAL. Take a look at TAL, see if the other stocks are joining. Not really, not really. How's EDU doing? Same thing. Wow, so GoTo is really trading on its own as a China education stock. Wow, so it's 100% of their business, basic of their approved drug business. So that is, yeah. Well, that obviously is okay, guys. INBS just opened. I would be watching to see if it takes out 150 with any force. INBS, if it takes out 150 with any force. Stupid people who played a bounce from 15 all the way up to 19 on that CPRX. I don't mean stupid in this room. I'm just venting a bit here, guys, because that's the only thing that kept me out of this short. And this is just being hammered. I mean, even at a late alert at 1669 in theory at 9:30, it did pop up, but now look at it, 1376. This looks like it's going to get halted on the way down. No, 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 wrong. All right, so this EV player, FSR, above 7. The next high looking left is 765. So there is some room. Just wondering, is there any specific news for it? Or is it just an EV play in general? Wow, just getting crushed, guys. 1352 now for CPRX. So with Williams saying that they're, they only have one approved drug, and this is the one that Teva's coming out with in a generic version. So that is really, really hitting them hard. Yeah, Alan, XRT, I mean, that was the thing. When you looked in the pre-market, if you were here in the pre-market, we were looking at the XRT, the big ETF for retail, and how it was over the 200-day moving average. And, this morning it was above it still. Yeah, XRT, definitely. Wow, look at the SPY, guys. We may be back to that 400 level. You remember was it Wednesday? Okay, so let me count backwards. So that's Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Tuesday, of course, Monday was the holiday. So Tuesday, got up to 400. Then the following day did, but then a huge sell-off, followed by another, not as big a sell-off. Then we had Friday, and now look at this. Where not only are we getting close to 400, but we are over the 200-day moving average for the SPY. Do not take your eyes off INBS. If you have trade ideas or some way to put a price alert at the 150 mark, please do. I'm going to put an alert around 155 and see if it gets back up there later. So the EV plays are in vogue today, guys. Obviously, here's another one, Riven, RIVN. We saw FSR. Well, look at guys. Keep an eye on the INBS. It's right there again, right there. Again, super risky, super risky. Ah, I was just too slow. It's halted again. It is halted again. Now that may be, maybe it's a good thing. I was trying to get some at 153. It is halted right now. Lots of action Monday morning. Okay, time to look at some of the things that have been winning races. FTK, what is it doing now? FTK. Mara's been all over the place. First candle I saw was way down here at 780 and then popped right back to 880. Bitcoin play. Even there's CVNA having another interesting day. Again, meme stock, huge float, huge short float percent. Next high looking left is 830. So it still has room. But again, this is it's just a meme stock, guys. So the memers have got hold of it again today, I guess. Okay, another probably a meme stock. Rocket, RKT, high short float percent, 33% short. 107 million in the float, so it's not a low float. Over nine. What's the next high looking left? 925. Too bad. MREO. Any news on this one? I don't see any news on this one. MREO. Another one that was a sub $1 last week. 80 cents, $1.10 now. Through the 200-day moving average. I don't see any news on it. Even Paramount's having a lift too. PARA having a lift. How's WBD doing? Yeah, I mean these guys. I mean this is a big move now for these communication stocks, getting closer and closer. Oops, to the 200-day moving average. There it is, 54.31. So boy, I mean, if we keep this up, maybe tomorrow it takes that out. I mean, this has probably been the worst performing sector until this run it had. Hey guys, just opened. INBS just opened. Ooh, just got halted on the way down now. I think. Yeah, it just got halted on the way down now. So it had that nice move over 150 and then it gave it up. Let's see what happens when it comes out of this halt. If it reclaims 150 and then moves from there. Just a minute, guys. I'm just following an internal discussion. Just a minute, guys. I'm just trying to follow this conversation to see if I can help out. Well, I just witnessed tremendous customer abuse from somebody to us. Wow. Okay, guys, you know what? We're trying to be as helpful as we can, but we're not going to put up with any abuse. So, wow. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so the China EVs are XPEV, NIO, LI. Okay, guys, keep an eye on W, okay? W, of course, had the big move, little bit of a pullback. If it takes out these highs, this could have another run in it. These highs meaning, the 50, get back over 59 or so, could have another run in it. Lots and lots of upgrades for it. Big lofty price targets put on it. All right, INBS just open, guys. So let's take a look, see if it recovers back up to the 150 mark. My feeling is that it's not necessarily over, so I'm going to reset my alert at 150 odd. Your clue was when it got halted, and look at these bottoming tails also. The bottoming tails, the sellers have been trying. They've been really trying. The buyers won't release this yet. In other words, they won't give up. Hmm. Wow, look at Genius. GNS. Even it popped. Yeah, that looked pretty bleak for a bit here. 277, and it has popped right back up to 359 for GNS. Box D. I saw Box D, I think after hours on Friday. Yeah, look at another cheap ones. Box D, look at this after hours on Friday, got up to 94 cents. Box D, that's that purple area. Look at Chewy, straight up, guys. Chewy, CHWY, straight up. Is there any news on this one? Don't see any news, specific news anyway. 45 looks like a pretty tough one to get through, about $1 away from that. If it can somehow get through 45 though, the next high is 48, and that is for CHWY. All right, guys, here's one that's showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. VAX, VAXX, VAXX has had a tremendous run. VAXX just showing up in the 10-day daily breakout is what I'm talking about right here. One of the scans I'm sharing. 362 was the alert at 10:10. 10:10 meaning 10:10 Eastern time. Again, these are just ideas, okay? Ideas. Let's take a look at VX. I mean, it looks so extended on the daily, but let's take a look at it and see where the next high is on the weekly chart. Can't see it on the. Okay, so let's get this a little bit bigger, and 466. So this still has some room on the weekly chart. VAXX still has some room on the weekly chart. And again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get to 466, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance if you look at a weekly chart for VAXX. Yeah, you might be right, Alan, in terms of retail play for Chewy. BHC is on the move, guys. BHC. Keep an eye on W, guys. It's basing nicely. W is basing nicely. Takes out 59. It could go on another run. Let me just do a check to see where the next high is on the weekly chart. Oh man. Okay, so well, it's above that high at 58.51. I'm looking here, but look left. 76.35 is the next high. Looking left on the weekly chart. 76.35. This stock is at 58.55 right now, so it's got a ton of room on the weekly chart. So coupled with all those upgrades and price targets that's been put on it today by JP Morgan and Bank of America and probably others. I still have to figure out why Wedbush is, that has to be a misprint. Surprised they haven't come up with I don't know, an edited version. There's no way price target at 38 by Wedbush. This doesn't make sense. Another EV play, guys, a cheap one, FFIE. Well, it's at least 50, at least 58, could be even 68. I just think it's a misprint. Doesn't make any sense to have it at 38. All right, guys, VAX is right back up. It had a little pullback, but it is right back up now again. VAXX, VAXX. Take a look at INBS. I know it's halted again on the way down. Resetting my alerts at 150-ish. Let's see if later on it takes it out again. Yeah, Wayfair is, yeah, it's holding up really well. It's, nice base right now, holding the VWAP. The VWAP is 5661, so definitely holding the VWAP, no issue there. So thank you, Pepe. So it's 60, okay. They have to be pretty ticked off. Somebody made a mistake. Did not proofread that press release. Well, the surprising thing is that, okay, everybody makes mistakes. That's not the issue. Correct it and put out a revised, like a revision to that press release. I mean, it's really that simple. I mean, it can happen. Guys, INBS is right back up. I mean, it's right back up. It has not utterly collapsed yet. Did you say it was south of the VWAP? You said it's not, William? You said it was south of the VWAP. I don't think so. Not our VWAP anyway. Our VWAP is at 112. Now, even if you take out pre-market, I mean, it can't be that much different. Okay, guys, ARHS, this is an interesting one. It's broken over the high of a few days ago, 3 days ago, 1341 was the high. So it's a little bit above that high now, ARHS. This is a pretty strong stock. W is just, yeah, really holding nicely. It's like beautiful little base now. It just looks like EVGO might have too much resistance, not that far away, EVGO, but another EV play. EVs are hot today. Okay, next IGT guys just showed up in the 10-day daily breakout. IGT, and let's look left. Well, 2562 is right there. There's the next high looking left, I believe. Yeah, 2562 is the next high looking left. It's right there. That high was in early December. Let's take a look at the weekly. Where could it keep going if it takes out that 2562? Yeah, so wow. I mean, this 2562 area is pretty key. I mean, you can just look at some of these weekly highs here, 2564. There's one at 2620. INBS guys, it is just wanting to take out 150 again. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. It's trying to take out 150 again. I'm not saying it's going to, of course. Okay, guys, maybe a little bit of a crack now for W. Little bit of a crack here through the VWAP. Well, we have the VWAP. Okay, 5669. So it's getting close to the VWAP. This must be with pre-market. So 5669. Key is to see if it can hold it. So I'm going to stick an alert right around that VWAP area, 5679 for W, and see if that holds it. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, moment of truth right now, guys, for W. Right at the VWAP, 5670 is the VWAP. So it's just sitting right on top of it. Will it hold it? Overall market is still very strong. Look at that, SPY approaching 400 again. All right, guys, keep an eye on this W right at the VWAP. Is it going to hold it? 5670, so it's right at that VWAP area. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to hold it. And the VAX is back up. Yeah, so it looked like that area held. So the VWAP or W, the area held. It dipped just a little bit below it, but so far anyway, I'm just going to reset my alert 5670 and see if it takes it out later on. But it's a strong stock. I mean, it would really have to take out that VWAP in a big way. Oof, what's happening to this thing? VOC just getting hit here. Not very much volume, 400,000 shares. But this has been straight down from 13 down to 11 for VOC. All right, guys, VAX is on the move. VAXX is on the move. VAXX on the move. Bit of a spread issue sometimes. 360, 370 right now. What's the lots of volume though? I mean, that's a lot of volume. Yeah, wow, that the power of the VWAP, guys. Boy, that VWAP really held W. The area held. I mean, yeah, it dipped below it just by a few pennies, but it really held. And that is W. Okay, it's TGNA. I know this is showing up on Zach's bounce scan. Looks like there's a low over here, 1952, so that may hold it. Um, ugh, Vax. You know, I almost took it, but then the spread. I mean, it dropped 359. It was at 374, 375, and then they just pulled that, and now it's at 359 and 367.74. The agony. Look at the VOC. I was looking at maybe taking an 11 break. Look at this VOC. Not shortable. Oh, it's not shortable for me. I forgot to look. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, VOC. Just getting absolutely destroyed here, guys. 18% now. This is VOC, low float, 10.8 million in the float. They decreased their quarterly dividend by 37%. That was on the 20th. I see what happened. So they decreased their dividend, and that news hit after hours. I'm just checking to see the time. Yeah, that news hit after hours on Friday. Had a huge reaction on Friday, but here is the reaction to decreasing their quarterly dividend for VOC. Boy, VAX is on the move now, guys. The spread has tightened up a bit. VAXX on the move. VAXX on the move. Looks like it wants to take out 4 now. I'm not giving up on INBS. I mean, the INBS is still hanging in there. Just stick a price a little around 150 again. It has not collapsed. It's still up on 413%. All right, guys. Wow, 10:39 already, so pretty fast morning. So this is what I'm going to start talking a little bit about my homepage, all the information you can find on my homepage. And first of all, welcome to the rooms. If you're new to the rooms, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30. Well, almost 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday, Eastern time, of course. All right. Click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So that promo code is no good anymore. We don't have a 25% off right now. And asked the gentleman to change it. So you'd have to use Barry 15 to get 15% off. Okay. Sorry about that. But boy, we had a 25% off for a long time. Hopefully you took advantage of it. But 15 isn't bad, especially if you're going monthly. I mean, there's not a huge difference. Remember, on a monthly, you're only getting, I should put the promo code in. Give me a moment. Yeah, before you go. Okay, so use that promo code Barry15 for 15% off. And we have the four plans. We have the annual monthly premium standard. Annual premium is 2,000 less the 15%. Annual standard is 1,000 less the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. This is what the AI has done today. Not too bad, actually. Some decent percentage moves. Okay, that's the big difference. You don't have to go annual. You want to go monthly, that's fine. In fact, you can start off with a monthly and then down the road, if you want to get an annual, we can still honor a promo code for you. But right now, let me click on the monthly. 118, 228. Okay, for standard premium, you can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. First month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. Okay. Getting started. So if you do take out a subscription, please do this. This is the Let's Get Started. Okay, getting started with trade ideas. It is 10 videos, short videos, taking about 30 minutes to go through them all. Goes through the download and install, your first startup and login, etc. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for that. Free, of course. The trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Trade of the week this week, and that's free also. AMD is the trade of the week. How's it doing? Oh, he's going to be pretty happy. Now the trigger was 70.13. That means you would have had to take it in the pre-market. Now, normally what I say about the trades of the week is, maybe wait for the market to open. But, AMD is such a known stock that this pre-market action may have held, and that's exactly what it did. So, I mean, if you took it sometime in the pre-market, you're laughing. I mean, that's a $5 move. But you couldn't have got it. Okay, and I don't know about these bottoming tails. These are probably no way you could have got it down at 69, but probably easily you could have got it in between the 71.50 to 72 mark if you like to trade that price range. So this has worked out very well, and that's a free service. More information on my homepage. So if you click on the education link, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see we have a user guide here. Great user guide. Click on the user guide. And there's the getting started again. You should know at the very least what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. Obviously, more information in the user guide, but nail those down before you do anything else. An alert window, a top list window, and what the stock racing is. Here's the getting started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break at between 12 and 1, Monday to Friday. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris. I'll verify that. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there and listen to Chris. Again, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Chris. More educational videos about trade ideas. Back to basics. Now, I keep telling myself I got to tell Rudy to get rid of that one. Note right here, Rudy. Rudy's the gentleman who helps me with my homepage. The reason I say this is that I think this is a better one to take a look at. This what we call Trading 101. Okay, Trading 101. Michael Noss put this together. Okay, I think it's a great little series. If you're new to trading, please take a look at that Trading 101. And last on my homepage, my scans. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. They're the two races that you see, biggest gainers from the open percent and the large cap gainers from the open percent. You've heard me talk about my 10-day daily breakout and downs. You know, CPR Hex was on the 10-day daily breakdown. You know, the alert was at 1669, got all the way down to 1352 before I guess it bounced. VAX, the alert was at 362. It has got up to 410 so far. I don't know what IGT, I don't think IGT moved too much from here, but these are the ones that I'm sharing. You can see right here, the 10-day daily breakout and down. Okay. And I've talked about the Hulse resumes, but I do have other, these are the two that I use in the pre-market actives up and down. So if you decide you want to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then that promo code that I gave you. The room, it's a free room. The room gets credit. I get credit. Everybody's happy. Also, if you save my link, you can look at my scans at any time and the education section at any time. Okay. I see there's a question. Is there a filter in the pre-market that are above the previous day high or below the previous day low? Now, I've never tried that. Never tried that in the pre-market, to be honest. I mean, we do obviously have position in pre-market in yesterday's range. I've actually never tried to use it in the pre-market, so I'm not 100% sure if it works in the pre-market. Did you try to do it? Did you try to use it? So Jason, I mean, again, I've never tried to use it, but I mean, we do have the position in pre-market. I'm sorry, position in previous day. So position in previous day range. So we do have that filter. I've just never tried to use it in the pre-market. So my question to you, have you tried to use this filter? Well, this will show you stocks. Okay, did you try to use it though? I mean, yeah, try it tomorrow and see what happens. I've just never tried to use it in the pre-market. This will show you stocks that are, so if you put, for instance, position in previous day's range, if you put 100 here, this will mean the stock is above. Now, if you're looking for the actual break of, no, I'm pretty sure no. Unless it might be a custom formula that will show you the data point. I just don't know if it works in the pre-market. Because we obviously have a data point for the current price, and we'd have a data point for the high of yesterday. I just don't know if that works in the pre-market. Never tried. Ooh, look at Wayfair now, guys. But you can try it. See if that one works. If it actually will look at the high of yesterday in the pre-market. Sorry, I can't be more helpful because I just don't know. I use the position in previous days range all the time, but only when the market opens. Let me. I'll see if one of the other traders knows. Let me just ask that question. So I've just posed the question to the other traders that trade ideas. Maybe one of them does use that. What you could do, of course, is yeah. If you have your top list, you could then do a historical. Just pick any time before the market opens. I think that's what one of the guys is going to do. But if you're looking for the actual break of, if you're looking for, okay, I want to see like an alert, I doubt it. Like an actual alert, okay, you can use it like a filter. Okay, so if you're just looking for a list of stocks that are above yesterday's high or below yesterday's low, they're just testing it. and it's pretty easy to test. If you have your top list and you have that position and range filter, just do a history. Pick any time before 9:30 Eastern and see what results you get. There you go, Shady. Thank you, Shady. Okay, there we go. And Chris is verifying that too. Okay, so it works. So if you want to list the stocks that are above yesterday's high or below yesterday's high in the pre-market, you can do so. You're right. IDAI is, I don't think I've ever seen this one before. T-Stamp. Where are they out of? They're out of Atlanta. Identification Verification Service. Okay. So this just got halted, probably a low float. Yep, 16.8 million in the float. Just won a race here. Won 3 races so far. So this got halted, and let's take a look at where it could open. This is the first time it got halted. Looks like it. You know, oh no, it got halted earlier, and now it's resumed, but it's halted again. So there's the halt at 160, 162, 162. Ah, shoot. I lost sight of the Wayfair. Actually turned out to be a short. Give me a moment. Shoot, so Wayfair did eventually take out that. No, it didn't. What am I? 5684 is now the new VWAP. Okay, so it's been kind of chopping around here. Not huge. I mean, it's a 57, $58 stock, so it's moving about a dollar. But I'd be watching that VWAP to see if it's a green bar right there. If this 15-minute candle goes below, say 5650-ish, and that could set it going further down, sort of a green bar ignored. So you have a little downtrend, a pause on that downtrend, and then the next candle takes out the lows of the previous two 15s, and this could cause it to keep moving down. Ah, the magic 400, guys. SPY 400 now. So this was interesting. I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average also. So, okay, IDAI just resumed. This looks like it's over now, guys, for INBS. This looks like too big of a pullback now. It looks like this could be over through the VWAP now, 117. Not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers, but boy, this a lot of selling coming in now. Now this is halted on the way down now. Again, IDAI halted on the way down. All right, MAXN has a little bit of room. I mean, 23.18, I think the next high is 23.19. So if it can take that out, it looks like the next high is 23.75. So MAXN has a little bit of room to keep moving until it hits the next high on the daily chart. What's the volume like? Not great. I mean, 2 times normal volume, but all right. Looks like Wayfair wants to bounce now, guys. Maybe. Let's see if this holds. This VWAP so important right now. 56.85. I haven't looked at these the memers at all today. GME, okay, 22. Well, if it gets close to 22, I think I'm going to take a short. It's just out of principle, general principles. Well, okay, so the AI had this one, FNGU, the microsectors FANG index, 3 times leverage. Taking advantage in the surge in the market today. Too bad. This DMTK looks interesting, but look at that 200-day moving average just right above it. It's 540, but I don't know. It looks like it's too close. All right, IDAI just resumed. All right, W on the move now, guys. Yeah, what a bounce for Tesla. Absolutely. I mean, this was perilously close to giving up 100. And yeah, from that day, and it's not that long ago. I mean, we're only talking about January 6th. It was basically call it 100. So from January 6th, it's tacked on 40%. You're absolutely right, Eric. Seemed to almost coincide when he said, you know what, maybe I'm going to not get involved with Twitter so much on a daily basis. Wait, Wayfair is just teasing right around that 57 mark again. CRDO, guys, CRDO. This is a nice little break here on the 15-minute chart. CRDO. What's the float like? Okay, again, moment of truth again for Wayfair W. That 200, that VWAP 5685. Is it going to hold this time, or is it going to just plunge right through it? Look at the market. If you want to go long Wayfair, you'd like to see it start to follow the market a little bit more right now. Look at this market, guys. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, an hour and a half straight up. All right, guys, I'm just trying to look to see if there's any other interesting looking stock right now. Let's check some of the races now. I mean, Wayfair still to me is very interesting. The longer it holds that VWAP area and maybe starts to move again, with all those upgrades, price targets put on it. Okay, guys, well, it's now a little bit below that VWAP. It's an area though. Let's see if it can hold here, or is it really going to give it up? I think 5639 are the lows over here. 50, oh no, yeah, 5646 and 5644. So those are the two lows that have got to hold. If not, I think it could have a move down, but still trying to hold that VWAP area, W. Mr. Wrong box. Okay. Verb. Well, let's see what's happening with Verb joining the, yeah. All right, guys. Well, that VWAP is still stubborn right now for W. It looks like it does want to hold. See if it gets back over 57 and moves from there. So yeah, this is all to do with this evaluating the illegal short selling of its stock, etc. Verb has joined a bunch of other companies trying to combat this. Give me one moment, please. Yeah, this is a great move, guys. I mean, now we're almost 2 hours into a solid move up. Actually, sorry, an hour and a half into a solid move up on the SPY. I got a little move here for BCTX, guys. BCTX. Pre-market, it hit $8. So BCTX, a little bit of a move here, holding the VWAP. 723 is the VWAP, so it's over the VWAP. BCTX. When you look left, I can't see anything on the daily chart. You'd have to look at a weekly, but just look at the high in the pre-market was $8. I don't know if there's any specific news on this one. Has approved measures to address another one. Oh, okay. This is more. This is a little more of an expensive stock doing this. Okay, so we're getting a bunch of these companies banding together to address the alleged illegal trading, short selling. Of course, nobody ever cares if they buy the stock, but if they short it, yeah, we don't like it. But this is a little more expensive. Most of the other ones started there under $1. So this is BCTX. What they're going to do, I have no idea. What these companies think they're going to be able to do, I have no idea. And this is a low float, yeah, 10 million in the float, 9.75 short. Well, again, Wayfair is testing that VWAP area. 56.86, a little bit below it. Chico's, I saw this one way earlier, CHS. Next high looking left is 530. So that's probably why I didn't think that much about it. I did see this little move here for Chico's, CHS. Just give me one moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, this is Halton now on the way down. So that was short-lived. The ADAI was short-lived. Wayfair again, holding that VWAP. That's such a that seems to be the level today, guys, for Wayfair W, symbol W. Somebody pointed out, yeah, look at it. You're right. Look at Nordstrom's. Nordstrom's looks like Chewy that I saw earlier. JWN straight up the retail sector having a great day. Look at XRT. Okay, guys, again, I'll be right back. Give me one moment, guys. I'm trying to answer this email. Okay, sorry about that. Again, internal stuff happening. But I take a look. Oh, look at the IDAI. Well, it bounced off a dollar. All right, guys. Well, maybe here's our answer. W breaking out now. W breaking out now. That VWAP was so persistent and it held and held and held. Let's see if it can really break out again. Okay, there's the W. So strong. All those upgrades. Price targets. It's all about the price targets. And the market is just still not in a sell-off mode. I keep thinking that, it'll keep helping W. W has not really, I mean, look, it had the huge pop at the beginning, so you can't expect it to just keep rising, I suppose. But you think that the market will start helping W, you know, a bit anyway. Look at this FNGU. I mean, this is from the AI, but again, obviously just moving with the market, guys, moving with the market. Oh, look at W now. All right, guys, that's quite a nice move now for Wayfair W. Yeah, so Jason, you can hear me and see what I'm going to do. It's not that intuitive, okay, but I'll show you how to do it. Okay, so you have to go to Tools, okay, from the toolbar, and then click on Symbol Lists, and then you'll see the symbol list that you created, and just click on the one you want to edit. So low float. I mean, I'll just pick one, low float stocks, okay? Yeah, and then you edit it. Now you can do what you want. Not, it's not that intuitive, but once you do it a few times, obviously you'll know. It sounds like you'll probably do it every day. Yeah, I'd much rather have it if, somehow from the top list window, like here I've got something attached, configure symbol lists, and here it is. And you'd like to think you could do it right from here, but you can't. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back again. All these little breaks. Come on, Jamie, get up to 22, and then I can short you. I'm going to stick an alert right around here, right around $22. See if it gets close. We had a couple of days last week where it was at 22, and then it had the nice drop. So I'm going to just keep an eye on it. INBS may not, I keep saying this, INBS may not be over. So, I'll I'm just have my price alert set up here. Now it's through the VWAP again, INBS through the VWAP again. Yeah, okay. CEI, yeah, somebody was mentioning this in earlier. It really did nothing in the pre-market and but wow, look at the volume coming in. I know that they had some news to buy a renewable diesel plant in Nevada. Okay. So news coming, I don't know when that actually hit. Actually, that was early. That was early. So there was really not kind of a muted reaction to that, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, lots of volume came in at 11:15, that 11:15 candle. Wayfair guys got 58 level again. Oh, understand the name. Well, there's probably a better definition, okay, but shorting more than in theory is allowed, okay? So when you look at like for instance right now with IB, Interactive Brokers, okay? I'll just use this as an example. Can't move the box over. There we go. So right now at Interactive Brokers, it's telling me that are 908,000 shares available to short. Okay, for Wayfair. Imagine that was the whole market. Okay, imagine that was in the entire market, there were 907,000 shares available. And all of a sudden you look and, hey, wait a minute, there's been like 2 million shorts happening today. How could that happen? That it's a very, and again, this is not an exact definition, but basically naked shorting, kind of shorting when shorting more than in theory the number of shares that are available to short. Okay, in theory, there's probably a better explanation, but that's kind of what it's about. And so they're suggesting that something has to be done. Okay, I wouldn't get too hung up on what they're really trying to do and how they're even going to figure out any. I mean, that has been going on for years and years and years. Okay, and usually they pile into companies that are really they're money losing anyway and all that. But anyway, I don't want to get too involved in the politics of it, but all of a sudden it appears we'll call it a sector, the naked short selling sector. But if you went to Investopedia or something like that, you probably get a far more you'll get a better answer to that question than I just gave you. I mean, wait for Playboy to join them. PLBY, they'll probably join them too. PLBY, 20% short float. If you want, you can ask Michael Noss tomorrow well, anybody, when he's his stint between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. He'll basically say this is an excuse for a company to blame others for their failures. But the whole idea, but Candace and others, I mean, the whole idea is, yeah, let's trade these things. I mean, if they're going to put out news like that, I mean, yeah, I mean, trade them and see what happens. I mean, I'm not against trading them because they're going to put out news like that. That's fine. But that's all it is, a trade. I'm not going to, okay, they're going to find out that there's, gazillion naked shorts available or that it's happened. So Verb is going to go from 42 cents to $100 because of that. No, I'm not prescribing to that theory. Excuse me, W on the move, guys. I mean, this is great the way it held that VWAP, really. The power of the VWAP, seriously. I mean, this in this particular case, anyway. I'm not saying it happens all the time, but I mean that. Now look how the VWAP is rising. It was at what it was at 56.61 or something like that. But of course, now it's starting to move higher. If you don't know what the VWAP is, again, another one you can look up. Volume weighted average price. Just think about, sort of the price in which a lot of the volume has taken place. So if it broke down through that, that might signify a good short. But if it maintains it, it's bouncing off it. Looks like it wants to keep going higher for a while anyway. 59.35 looks like about $1 away from the high of the day for W. All right, JAG-X. So these guys did a reverse split today, I think. I think it's affected today. Or am I wrong? It's got to be, because there's no way this was a $5 stock. I just don't know what the ratio is. Okay, again, forget about INBS. Kind of kidding, but I mean, this has been going back and forth now. I thought maybe that when it got up to 143, it could have held there. It might have had a shot to get through that 150 mark, but IDAI, yeah. I mean, it's again, there's the VWAP 124, so it's kind of in that VWAP area. I don't see any news on this. Ah, okay. Received a notice of allowance for its privacy first identity company trademark. Okay, so okay, I guess it had some news. Oh, that news actually was in the pre-market too. I'm looking at around 8:30. I'm seeing that news. So notice of allowance from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. Okay, so really didn't do much. I mean, in fact, it did nothing in the pre-market. There's no action at all. So the market sort of topped out a little bit out here at 402, little red bar, but now subsequent to that, green candle. That's on the 15. This has another 4 minutes before this candle closes. That's on the SPY. I just want to Hey guys, I'm just going to confirm it's going to be Chris in our YouTube room. I'm pretty sure it is, but I just want to confirm. I'll be taking my break in about less than 20 minutes. Yep, it'll be Chris. Hey, Cyber, what was the ratio for the reverse split for JAGX? You don't mind? I just can't find it. Couldn't see it any quickly anyway. Knop. Remember this one? This one got hammered a few days ago. KNOP. Wow. Okay, so JAGX did a 1 for 75 reverse split, 1 for 75. So what does that mean? That means that the float you see here, we divide that by 75 because it has not been adjusted. They short float and short float percent get adjusted twice a month. And today's the 23rd, so it won't happen till the end of the month. Come on, 129 divided by 75. So there are actually about 1.7 million shares now in the float. Okay, not 129 million. So the idea then is that these guys were, in my opinion, famous for putting out press releases that caused the stock to pop. And then, of course, press releases were very fluffy and then it would immediately drop. I mean, there's a reason why this stock was, a 7-cent stock, guys. Okay. This is one of my hated stocks. Every time it would do something in the pre-market, I'd say forget about it. And 9 times out of 10, it would just drop. So if these guys are smart because they can pump out these press releases, I'm going to watch this one tomorrow. What day is it? Well, we're Monday now. This week, see if they come out with any sort of a press release to try to juice the stock again. Well, okay, Candace, in theory, it should help the stock, okay, in theory. Because if there is this, I mean, Shady's got his opinion, okay, and that's fine. But if they can prove that there are all these naked shorts and now they're going to have to cover, in other words, buy the stock, buy back their positions, then in theory, it'll help the stock. No, I know, but if they can prove it and somehow force them to buy, you know what I mean. But that's getting into the weeds of it all, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, JAGX, I mean, look at that position in the lifetime range. Let's take a look at a monthly chart for it. You'll see what I'm talking about. I mean, split adjusted, split, like, I don't know how many reverse splits they've done, but at reverse split adjusted, this was a $3,800 stock. That's down to 530. It's and even worse, $50,000 stock down to 530. This is all split adjusted. How about $363,000 stock? I wonder how many reverse splits that this company has done. This is going back to 2017. Probably find something even higher. Yeah, 1.6 million. I mean, it's insane. So let's not kid ourselves. This is a stock, but they might come out with some kind of a press release tomorrow, sometime this week, maybe next week, maybe never. But if they do, I guarantee there'll be people who will buy it for a while. I wonder how many reverse splits they've done. Yeah, so Shade, I didn't say that naked shorting helps the stock. I'm just saying that putting out these press releases that we're going to try to combat it is helping the stocks. That's all I'm saying. For how long, who knows? What's the market doing? So the market is, that was a brief red candle here, guys. A topping tail, but the market is still wanting to move higher. Looks like it anyway. It is not trading in the buff. Wayfair right back up now, guys. Right back up. So 4 reverse splits in the last 4 years. Okay, and 75 to 1 is a huge. I've seen 100. I've seen maybe even 200 to 1, but you know, 75 to 1 is a big one. Well, it did finally bounce the TGNA, but boy, the first alert was at 1949, then 1940, 1936. The last one was 1884. And what did it get down to? Got down to well, the last one would have been not bad. Talking about from Zach's bounces. See how well W is holding the VWAP again. The VWAP, of course, is increasing. 57 now, 57. Easily, easily holding it, but it's certainly holding it. Leroy continues down. PLBY, guys, PLBY. Any news? Let's see. We had some news last week about, in fact, they raised, stock rose 8% after a $25 million capital commitment. This was on the 18th. Okay. But since then, now we're right back down to that price. Ooh, here's an interesting one maybe. ECVT, guys. Next high looking left. Well, it's a little bit close. 1073, the stock's at 1046 right now, but a nice little break on the 15s. Held the VWAP, 1037, held the VWAP. All right, UPST, just over the whole number. Another one just kind of holding the VWAP. VWAP's at 18 for UPST. And you can kind of see, I mean, what did it get up to today? It got up to 1853. The high back here was 1833, 1810. So yeah, I mean, if it can take out 1819-ish again, because then when you look left, I mean, look at the high over here is 1912. So it's got a little bit of room. It's not a big float, 68 million in the float. Market, as long as the market continues like this. Wayfair trying to get through that 59 mark now. Beyond Meat, BYND. Let's see what it's doing. BYND. Look left. What's the next high? 1599. Pretty close, but if it can take out that out, then the next high, 1728. Keep an eye on this one, guys. Beyond Meat. 1599 is again the high. So I'm going to stick an alert just around, say, 16, a little over 16, and see if it gets up to 16. If it does, because the next high looking left is 1728, that would be a nice little move. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. Chris is going to, oh, in fact, I thought I heard a little pop.
You just may have.
I did hear a pop. Just give me a moment, Chris. I'm just going to put my announcement in.
You got
I'll
it.
mute the other rooms because I do want to have a chat with you.
Uh-oh. Am I in trouble?
No, no, no. You guys on mute back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. So I am putting myself on mute in our Discord and the main room. And before I do that, though, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris for an hour.
Nobody wants to listen to me.
Oh, they love it. They love you. Give me a moment. Let's get those YouTube links in. And then turn off my music. Okay, so first of all, how did it go this morning?
I think it went pretty well. I mean, it was kind of last minute. Michael from Trade the Pool had asked on Friday to do it, so it wasn't really a lot of time to promote it or anything like that. But I think he wanted to just throw something out there for the people in their I don't even know what to call it, their system, their traders, I guess, to start getting familiar with trade ideas and some things about the pre-market. And then I asked him maybe just to throw a few things out there that he likes to do in the pre-market for his preparation for anybody that stumbled into it. That's our regular users and listeners.
Mm-hmm.
And that was really it. And then I also discovered that with StreamYard, we can run multiple streams on YouTube at the same time. So when you had started up, you had actually started up a new stream. So we had simultaneous streams on the Trade Ideas Education channel at the same time.
Okay, so what I did was at 8 o'clock Eastern, yeah, I started StreamYard on my end. I
Mhm.
did, but I wasn't streaming. I did not go to YouTube. Are you saying that I could have just done what I normally
Yes.
do?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. And depending on what link people used is where they would land. Or if they just went to the YouTube channel, they'd see both the streams at the exact same
Oh,
time and
okay.
could pick one. So
Okay.
just as a future thing, I know that there was some other discussions about the channel and using it for other stuff. So that is possible. Now I knew we could do that through Zoom. I did not realize we could do that through StreamYard as well. So just one
Okay.
more tool we have.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, then next week on Monday, if you're going to do it Monday again, I'll just do it. I'll just start normally, and we'll have concurrent streams.
Yeah,
Cool.
I see that they kind of changed StreamYard. I haven't done this much over the last couple of weeks because
Right.
there's been so many canceled Mondays, and so now it's asking me if I want to share an individual tab or an individual window or a whole screen. There's some fancy stuff going on here now.
Fancy dancy. Yeah.
So I'll make the screen swap. There we go.
All
Screen
right.
swapped. And was there anything else you wanted to ask? I didn't. Did I cut you
No,
off?
it was just that just that, and now you've explained it very well. That next week, I just do it normally
Yeah, and
because.
I don't know that we'll do it every week. I think this is the first week that our deal with them has gone officially live. So I
Mhm.
think he wanted to just get something up there and something he can take a recording from and put it into their ecosystem.
You're just giving me an idea because what Brad wants me to do. Well, I
Mhm.
offered. I said, listen, I do a pre-market talk 9 to 9:30 every Monday to Friday. So
Mhm.
what he wanted me to do was somehow capture the stream, give it to him, but then that means we would have had to stop YouTube because and then start it again. What you're saying though is I could have another YouTube stream going just for that, concurrent with what I'm doing. And then only that one I would stop, give it to him, and I just continue talking there. So people who are listening to me on YouTube wouldn't even know.
I think so. The trick would be, can one person run multiple streams at the same time?
Ah,
That would be the trick, but we can experiment with that, of course.
yeah. Well, that should be his job to find out.
Well, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because what he wanted me to go, I said, I'm not doing it, was going to Rumble and do it from there. I said, I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, you can only have so many things running at once without a legit rocket ship for a computer.
yeah, well, yeah, but I don't want to go into Rumble.
That too, but
Okay, that's all. I don't want to,
yes,
just not what I want to do. So we'll leave it like that. Okay, Chris,
exactly. All right,
I'll
you
take
have a
off
great break,
now.
and yeah, I'll see you in about an hour.
Okay,
All
thanks.
right,
Bye
take
bye.
care, Barry. All righty, everybody. So Barry heads out to take his break. I take over, and I don't know. Fire away some questions from you here, folks. as usual, kind of a open forum. We haven't done this much here into the new year with me anyways on Mondays, as Mondays have been several holidays all at once. Mike C, what's happening? Brain trust. I don't know about all those things, but thank you for the kind, fancy words. So, not a whole, excuse me, like a frog caught in my throat. Not a whole lot on my end going on at the moment. SMMT. I'm kind of watching this SMMT. Just don't know how I feel about it. There's not a ton of volume in it. Like the liquidity is okay, I guess, 800,000, 850,000 shares traded. But, the volume, the relative volume there is kind of junky. So, but I'm looking at it in this regard that we're now bouncing around here for a while in this kind of range. A little bit of a trend happening here. And I was thinking about, a rising 8 EMA as kind of a backstop and maybe a shot at $5 here. It's not a big risk to a decent reward ratio here. But I don't know, just watching this 470 level, not confident right now with it at that 470 level. Anyways, it's, the only thing I'm really watching. I was trying to take a position in this here ET in my retirement account. I wanted to take in what's called an extremely long position with a reinvested dividend. This is, an old stock, let's call it. Been around forever, huge float in it. So it's not something I'm looking for necessarily growth, but for some odd reason, it is a restricted buy for me in that account. And technically it's a twofold system the way the account works, and both sides are blaming the other side for why I can't take the trade. So anyways, I'm sitting here unable to take that trade. And although my tone may not quite indicate it, I'm kind of annoyed, to say the least. That's me putting it as mildly as I can. Anyways, I'm still a believer in energy overall. If we look at oil prices have fallen for a while, but XLE. I don't know why you don't want to finish for me. And we look at the XLE. XLE never really fell that hard with oil prices and sitting here pretty nice still. XOP is really no different. So anyways, I guess the XOP really did suffer quite a bit more than the XLE, I'll actually say. So with that said, I'm still looking at energy kind of long-term-ish. The charts look okay to me on some of them, but not all of them. There are some energy stocks that look absolutely horrific. There's some energy stocks that look decent. So what do I think of NIO today? I don't think much of it because I haven't seen it, but let's take a look. Day trading vehicle. I don't know what I could really comment on it. Long term, I wouldn't, unless you have some reason to like it long term. There's nothing on this chart that makes me like it long term, unless you're just trying to bottom fish. Short term, intraday wise, or maybe a couple of day wise. I mean, you've had a sell off coming into, I guess that would have been Thursday, and then a move up Thursday or move up Friday and gave most of it back on Friday, and then a move up here again today. I think the Chinese markets are closed for the next 2 or 3 days, if I'm not mistaken. Excuse my yawning. I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning, my time, so I've already put on a full work day. Day trading vehicle, more than less. Just be careful with the Chinese markets closed, I would say. Define your plan, define your risk levels, what gets you in, what gets you out, why does it get it in, why does it get you out? Those are the things I would point you towards. Other than that, it's obviously an extremely liquid stock. I mean, I look at 40 million shares traded. I mean, it's kind of wild, but And that's what it says. I mean, this isn't a debatable number. If you go to any platform, it's going to tell you the same number. That's a hard number. It's not like something like float where that's float and short float are estimated. Short growth, all that stuff like that are based on estimations and reporting, and things can change based on who reported when. And I don't want to get into all the regulations of that stuff, but volume is a hard number. That's not debatable. If that's wrong, then there's something wrong. The relative volume, everybody's going to measure relative volume different. The way we've got it measured, we've got it humming at 1.65. So, I mean, there's obviously a touch more than normal interest in there. You can see the fading volume here, but this might be something. Look, if someone was playing as an 8 EMA pullback on a 15-minute chart, it would have been a nice play here off that, right? So I think, in a long-winded way to answer your question, Edgar, what I think of the stock is irrelevant. What I can say is there's plenty of liquidity in it. That's not debatable. There's some interest indicated by the relative volume here, although it's fading here into the lunch hour. I think that's also very normal. And so I think that if we saw an interest increase through volume itself, not necessarily the volume of this here, the liquidity part of it, but the relative volume, maybe, whatever metrics you want to use, also the 1 minute, 5 minutes that we have in percentages, I think there might be a trade there. AMD, yeah, I saw AMD was the trade of the week. I guess SOXX, SMH are looking pretty healthy over the last few weeks. Yeah, not too shabby. We talk about trend changes, right? So was that the bottom? Hindsight will tell us. But we can start to kind of look, are we building higher lows? That argument could be made. Are we building higher highs? Not yet. That argument cannot be made. There's the top, Now, if we could take this level out and we can build off of this over that level, then we could start to say higher lows and higher highs. The problem with waiting for confirmation, depending on the time frame that we are, is if we become late because of it. But that's the name of the game. When you're early, you can get crushed. When you're late, you can miss out. It's that fine line that are in between those. So the semiconductors, for the moment, have a secondary trend, I would call it, going on right now. The primary trend is lower for now. Secondary trend is up. We can see actually symmetrical triangle is formed, and we're starting to bust to the side of symmetrical triangle. There's a lot of green shoots that are out there at the moment for bulls. I still think partially a tale of two markets, growth and value. I think that your value stocks that have growth potential and that have healthy underlying items underneath them to keep them propped up, whether you're looking at the cash ratio or PE ratio, things of that nature, those are still the stocks that are most in favor. Stocks that have never really turned a profit, that were those huge growth stocks, your Zooms and your Pelotons, your Carvanas, all that kind of, sorry for lack of a better term, but garbage stocks. Those are going to continue to suffer. They'll be, I'm sure, great day trading vehicles, but nothing more than that. I give you a prime example, Rivian. All right. High flyer off the open here in those first week plus, and, down this way. They don't make any money. They have no real foothold in the automotive industry at this moment. Will they someday? I have no idea. That's not what I do. I am not an analyst. What I am is a person that looks at charts, and the chart on this looks very not so great. But, look, off this bottom, made a nice day and a half move, and another pop that happened here. Now, will this give it all back? I don't know. I have no idea to know that, But for those that would be interested in something like this, break out your indicators, whatever they may be, support and resistance lines, VWAP, anchored VWAP, moving averages, Fibonacci's, whatever it is. Have a look at those, and that's what I would do. So kind of a long-winded way to get around to what you were saying, Edgar. I'm trying to tie that also into the AMD here from Mr. Mike C. Energy sector, overall looking okay here. We looked at the XLE, the XOP. Natural gas has been absolutely taken to the woodshed. I never heard of the term before, but Michael Noss, when this started doing this here and really collapsed here, he said that's why they call natural gas the widowmaker, which is kind of morbid, but anyways, it is what it is. And as we can clearly see, natural gas is beyond taken to the woodshed, taking out, lows over a year plus. You got to go back to the end of 2021 to have seen lows below what our lows where we're at, essentially, or it's actually taking those out now. So natural gas, with a massive collapse in natural gas, you haven't seen quite that same collapse in a lot of energy stocks. So if natural gas could ever get its footing, which I'm not sure it will, at least, in the very near future, what would that mean for those stocks? It would be bullish for those stocks, obviously. So, but anyways, natural gas is, as ugly as it gets. On the flip side, we look at oil, kind of running sideways here. So not quite the same ugliness. I don't think this thing really trades at all, but same thing as USO, I'm guessing. So anyways, that's where that is. Your IYE and other, very similar to the XLE. So there you have it, sports fans, as the saying goes. P10 oil might be worth a watch. I've got a very long-term position in P10, so I wouldn't want to pump something I'm in. I own it from cheaper than this price. So, I'm in it. I've sold some on the way up from where I bought it, and then I bought back into it on a pullback. Half the shares I sold. So, I'm sitting okay in the stock. I don't, I like it. Just looking at it kind of long term here. My charts would cooperate with me. That'd be wonderful. I kind of like it long term here, off this bottom from quite a while ago. So we'll see what happens with it. Anyways, I'm going to continue to hold it. It is tied a bit to natural gas as well. So when natural gas got taken to the woodshed, this did as well, but not quite as bad. When natural gas and energy overall were selling off, this did take a pretty big hit here. The ebbs and flows. There's no non-risk positions out there. But anyways, you have P10. Overall fan of the stock. But like I said, I own it at much lower prices than what you're seeing here. So please, nobody go chasing after things like that. So SMMT set off a price alert for me. Still can't really get above this level. Just going to kind of reset that price alert and hang out for now and let that be. There's no set days I do it, Peter. It was just something that I did this morning. It was kind of off the cuff. It wasn't something that was really pre-planned with Michael Katz from Trade the Pool. We've partnered up with them that for people that have Trade the Pool funded accounts, have an option to get trade ideas through them. Things are a little different when you're trading with prop firms. Trade the Pool is actually one of the only prop firms that does stocks. Most prop firms are Forex, actually. So those that have taken their exam or their trial period or whatever it's called, so they have, a few different options where, there's a small fee you pay in to them, and then you get as much time as you need to pass their exam, but you have restrictions with the account. It's you're trading CFDs, commission. There are commissions that are involved there, but in the end, you're trading someone else's money. So, nothing comes free in life. I guess that's the best way to put it. But for those that have, if you have a trading plan, a legit trading plan. I'm not talking about a scan. A scan is not a trading plan. You have a legit trading plan
that works well for you, but you're handcuffed by lack of funds, it's a viable option. You're splitting the profits. Obviously, they have some different tiers within their programs. You can head over to Trade the Pool to check out those options. Trying to find.
SMMT.
Trying to find a site here. Can't locate it. When I find it, I'll drop it here. So yeah, there's no set days, Peter. Perhaps if we get into a rhythm with it, and maybe Michael and I will do a pre-market once every few weeks or something like that. If we do that, we'll send out an email blast for everybody. Let your folks know that it's going to go down. But nothing scheduled as of now. Like I said, it was kind of a last minute off the cuff thing that Michael from Trade the Pool asked me if we could do. And I was happy to oblige. As I've been talking with Michael for several months now, working on a deal with them. And Michael is one of those people that I've grown quite fond of and have quite a bit of respect for him and what they are trying to do over there with Trade the Pool. He's one of those. He's not one of those people that's hey, come hang with us and you'll be rich in a month and driving your Lambo and all that nonsense. He's a very, very disciplined trader. He's been doing it for a very long time. So anyways, that's the Trade the Pool scoop that's there. Let's see what else is happening. Anything else? DBGI. Yeah, this thing is kind of all over the place. Throw a price alert for fun, but I don't think there's anything here that I'm really interested in for this as a trade. EVGO is kind of creeping along here. Yeah, curling over now at this point. Looks like it's kind of gone. The market looks like it's doing something similar here. So, 400, you've got a lot of things with the SPY right now. We just barely closed above the 200-day moving average on Friday, where we were below the downtrend line and we're fighting with 400. I mean, you've got, the three horsemen. I don't know how many horsemen it's supposed to be in whatever it's called. But my point being is, on the SPY here, let me throw a 200-day moving average on this here. And again, folks with questions, please fire those away for me. Otherwise, I'm just going to kind of ramble on at my own leisure. But let's find ourselves a moving average, SMA. Let's throw 200 on here. Or don't work for me, whatever. It would probably be good if I hit the right key, right, Chris? That's always a good idea. Modify the colors. Let's use a red line for this. Okay, add. So, all right, here's a 200-day moving average now. Now we're well up. Let's not use the term loosely, well up above our 200-day moving average on the SPY here, all right? But at the same time, let's not kid ourselves. And let's put a trend line here. We're right at it again. All right. So we're pinned between the 200 and the trend line. The last few times that this happened, wasn't so good for the market. Here we go. We touched the 200 below the trend line. Bang. Right. Touching the 200 below the trend line. Bang. But look, at some point, the market stops going down. That does not mean it starts going up, right? We can run sideways for a long time, inflicting the maximum amount of pain to everybody. But again, at some point, the market will go up. We've got a symmetrical triangle here for sure. That's, I don't think that's debatable. How it ends up resolving itself, time will tell here. As January goes, the market goes, and all these different things. I don't know if any of you folks are familiar with Trader's Almanac. Can't can't think of his name right now. Have to look him up really fast. Jesus, I should be shot for not remembering his name. Met him at the CMT Symposium. Really great gentleman here. Jeffrey. Jesus, I couldn't think of his name. Jeffrey Hirsick. So, you know, he puts out a lot of great stuff here. Stock Traders Almanac. I think it's Almanac at Almanac Trader. That's who he is. Yeah. Anyways, so, you know, we eked out a Santa Claus rally. Technically speaking, we did eke out a Santa Claus rally. All right. You know, whether even if it's just by a few tenths of a percent, we did it. We are up for January right now. Let's see, where do we start the year? We started the year here. There's our first trading day of the year. So we're up here. We've got, you know, a few trading days to go. A lot of times it works out as January goes, so goes the year. And, you know, we can hold on to these things here. I am cautiously optimistic right now for the market here in 2023. I don't think we go on a 12% bull run or anything like that. I'm not saying that can't happen, but I think that we have a chance to have a positive year after a very down year on 2022. You know, and it's, you know, I'm going to scroll back here and make sure I get some of this right before I start opening my mouth here. So 2021, you know, 2021 was up. That's all there was to it. Here's the end of 2021 right here, literally the peak of the market before we started to roll over. But if we had looked underneath, we would have seen that there was a group of larger cap stocks that were propping up the market while the underneath breadth of the market had been deteriorating began sometime in September of 2021. So I would keep these things in mind when we're moving forward here and we're trying to find stocks for whether it is your 401k or just your own swing trading account. You know, I'm kind of leaning in towards that kind of conversation more than day trading, because day trading is into its own animal. You're going to find stuff that works every day. Some of it works on a 5-minute time frame, some on a 15-minute time frame, some on a 3-minute time frame, so on and so forth. So, you know, that's the kind of stuff that I would, you know, caution people into keep those things separated. I think there's absolutely room for day traders to become swing traders and swing traders become day traders. So, you know, always add some arrows to your quiver if you can. I don't think every swing trader can become a day trader. I don't think every day trader can become a swing trader. I think there's a mental hurdle that some people may not want to get over, let alone can get over. I do believe that anybody is capable of anything with hard work, planning, and some dedication. But, you know, as far as day trading goes, when you've got tools like Trade Ideas, look, you're going to find a VAX every day. You're going to find something like this every day. You know, is that easy to trade? No, trading is very much not easy. That's how it works. Speaking of which, setting off a price alert for me again here at this 70 level here. You know, we'll see what happens. What are you doing? You know, here we go. CRDO. Oh, this thing has been grinding higher all day long. Very nice looking. Took out this 15 level. Really hasn't looked back, actually. Very nice. Great volume, great liquidity. I'd imagine this is on scanners all over the place. You know, we're seeing it now on this. You know, it's not on my top 10 here, but I would suspect that if we had a top 10 for second and third places, probably on there, to be honest. But unfortunately, it's not something we offer currently. Has been a discussion in the past. But, you know, like many things, not just flipping a switch for us to turn something like that on. Anywho. And what do you know? Semiconductor related, you know. So we were talking before about the SMH and things like that. Semiconductor related. Up above the 200-day moving average here. I am not a moving average person in general, because I had to add that to my chart. I'll leave it on here for the rest of this now. But very nice. Let's see. So put a bottom in here. back in the mid-late spring. Never took that out. Had a pullback here off that 15 level and a nice bounce off that again. So I'd say this 15 level is huge. You know what? I really like this stock. I am going to continue to monitor it for the day, and depending on how this thing closes, I could be taking a swing position in this bad boy. CMT, Charter Market Technician. So I'm still awaiting my results for my level 1. I'm confident I passed it, but I took it almost 2 months ago. I took my level 1 exam, and I still haven't heard from them yet. I can't take my level 2 until I get my level 1 results. So we'll see. We'll see. All right. Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate that. Boy, I hate when something is up this much and then at a whole number, and I like it because I don't want to go chasing it right now. But boy, do I like that stock right now. Anywho, let's just see here. So, all right. And folks with questions, please fire those away for me here. Take a look around. PLUG. This is one of those stocks that was a high flyer and then gave it up, right? Oh, yeah. Holy mackerel. This is one of those stocks that I talk about, as part of the deterioration in 2001. You got a stock with a hefty float here. You get this, the end of 2021 here. At the beginning of 2021 here, you can see capitulation from it, a bounce, hard down, a long-winded bounce up into a continued downtrend. So these are the kind of things that help really drag the market down through that second half of 2021 going into 2022. Now I don't know how much that this would have played a role into the movement of 2022 down, as really kind of more sideways action. Yes, we had this pop up here, but really more sideways than anything else. But this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about that happened. Oh, that's for sure. Perfect circle. I mean, there's some things that I just look at happening on a regular basis and I scratch my head, and the logic person in me says, geez, that doesn't really make any sense. But, the trader in me says, well, most of the market doesn't make sense, to be honest, at least for a lot of what we do. But there is certainly, there's certainly a lot that can be done on that, tortoise and hare, where people were buying good quality companies and doing that kind of research and combining heavy fundamental analysis with maybe a lighter technical analysis, perform well over very long periods of time versus the people that try to do what we do. There's a reason why there's a huge turnover rate in it. Years ago, this SMMT here, use it as an example here. Years ago, when this would have been bouncing into this level here, and I would think to myself, gee, I think it wants $5, and I'd probably run right into this. Maybe even 2 years ago, I'd probably run right into this. Now, hindsight would be right or wrong in time, whether that trade worked out or not. Versus the people that look at stocks like I'm not even sure what to throw up here. Let's take a look. Let's something mobile. that's gonna give me a good example here. You got a stock like Mobile here, right? I mean, just, look at it over the long term. It's tried and true. And, think about someone who is, looking at Mobile and decided, it's got this long-term range here. And if it broke above there, I might be a buyer in it. And then, and I'm going to play to the bottom of this range. And maybe they got in here, but they never got stopped out to this side and they participated in a nice move here, right? And then it gave quite a bit back off that move, right? Back into this range again. They said, you know what? Long term, I want to be a buyer of this stock and I want to add 5 shares a month for whatever reason. I'm just using these as random things, And as long as the stock can hold levels that I define for whatever reasons I'm defining those levels and the fundamentals continue to look good on Mobile because the fundamentals continue to look good. A very profitable company, sometimes more profitable than others, but it's been a long time since Mobile has not turned a profit in a quarter. These are the different things that I'd always want to point people towards that, long term, you can do things like this and add to longer term accounts while still looking at things like, DBGI. And if you have a trading plan that fits narratives like DBGI or HOLO, we saw some huge moves in this recently. You can make these kinds of things work. This one not exactly liquid today, to say the least. 300, not even 330,000 shares traded on it. But look, doing 1.85, what it's normally doing here. So we can see that this thing is basically not traded for a very long time. Well, it's doing this here. So anyways, I wouldn't, this is taking the complete flip side of the coin from a stock like Mobile to what we do here, in different capacities. Yeah. Again, CEI, another one here. I saw this coming through here just as it pierced over $2. I saw it come through. I just didn't want to go jumping on that, but, have this capitulation for now. Is this a symmetrical triangle happening on a 15-minute? Sure, why not? It's without a question one, right? Riding this 8 EMA now here. But is it running into resistance here? Absolutely it is. So it's going to resolve itself at some point. You don't want to be on the wrong side of that resolve. If you're short it here, you don't want to see it do that. But if you want to be long here, you don't want to see it roll over on this, and this is where the trading plan stuff comes in. Obviously, this thing is plenty liquid. Obviously, there's a ton of interest in it with that volume, right? Obviously, this thing has done some crazy stuff in the past and come right back down. Right. So these are things that you want to take lightly. Again, the flip side of Mobile. You can see here, let's just bring back the SPY again. We talked about nearly half an hour ago when it first came in that perhaps we were seeing a bit of a rollover in the SPY. Does 400 become support again? I don't see why it can't. I also don't see why it wouldn't do this or this. The arguments can be made for both. What does your trading plan say? What does your technical analysis say? I think that was the best thing that ever happened to me. I was in a Trade of the Week webinar. Steve Gomez. This has got to be 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. In between 3 and 4 years ago. Hard to say exactly when it was. And, Steve was taking some chart requests, and it was probably the, 100th chart request I had made to him at that point. Not that day, but, I was, constantly, Steve's Trade of the Week webinar is one I could always make with my work schedule. And I said, what do you see with stock XYZ? I have no idea what stock it was. And he said, what do you see? Is what he said back to me. He went on to give his 2 cents on the stock, of course, but he threw that back at me just in a sense of, again, it's not necessarily what I see. What is it that you see? And it was like that light bulb moment for me. And after that, I really, honestly, I never asked anybody what they thought about a stock again. It's been at least 3 years. I never, hey, what do you think of stock XYZ? I never ask anybody anymore. I simply say to myself, what do I think of it? If I don't have an answer on what I think about it, I don't trade it. It's just as simple as that. That's not to say people should not ask other people, especially when they're learning. But I think I had come to a place in my trading at that point that, I had a decent handle on what moving averages were, SMAs and EMAs, and what an RSI was, and just several different indicators. And I decided that I only wanted to ask someone questions about indicators and how they may use them so I could better understand them versus just a specific stock in that regard. And it was kind of a flip on how I ask questions. And again, I'm a big proponent in asking a question. I had a teacher in 7th grade that said you had a sign up in their they were a very hard teacher, very no nonsense kind of teacher, old school. And they had a sign up in their classroom that said, he who asks a question is a fool for 5 minutes. He who doesn't is a fool forever. And I've always subscribed to that as well. So, that's why I kind of stole it, or I parroted it in my own way. I can't answer the questions that are not asked. So I hope people are always asking questions here. But when you ask someone else a question, maybe ask it to yourself as well and see if that opens up your mind a little bit on what you're seeing on these charts. I suppose you apply it to anywhere in life. Anyways, SPY, trying to hold this 400 level. I'm getting all philosophical on you folks here. Take a dive around the Qs here. So we see the Qs are still pinned underneath here by a lot on all of this here. Diamonds, much healthier than all the rest. Diamonds have been above the 200 for a while. They tested it, bounced off of it. So again, tale of two markets. We talked about this a lot last year in 2022, the tale of two markets, growth versus value. I think now we have a tale of two markets with blended growth and value. What are the value stocks that still have growth potential within them? And what are the growth stocks that were never grossly overvalued, right? And we start to blend those kinds of things together. And I think we could find some really great stuff out there to trade long and short term. And so, start to dig into these underlyings. Now, I'm very simplistic in my scanning, more than less. I'm not digging around like that necessarily. I should probably be doing that, but I'm not. But a great place to head to is this TI strength alerts here. If you had followed Michael Noss's model with this last year, where you only bought the top 5 ranked stocks each week in it, when they broke the prior Friday's high and followed that model, you were up about 5%. Now, if something gapped up and you couldn't get it at the price, you couldn't buy it either. So it's a very strict model to follow with the TI strength alert here. There might be, 3 or 4 weeks where you don't actually make any trade in it. That's where the discipline comes in. But bottom line is this thing, it literally crushed the market last year. And by crush the market, it was only up a few percent when the market was down double-digit percents. But these are the disciplines that people very often don't want to listen to, hear, or execute on. They want the high flyers. They want to get rich. They want to see nothing but this. They don't want to see this. Where you started here and you got here, but it might have taken a long time to get there. People don't want to see that stuff. Those are the people who don't stick around. Peter, I have never used Excel in my life except to create a lineup for softball. So there's not much I could help you with on Excel. I'm sorry, Peter. I'm not sure what you want to do with that there. I mean, you can send something into here. You can send it into the regular email. The INFO. info at. There's really not much I can comment on as far as Excel goes. Like I said, I've literally, it's just, I don't know. I don't use Excel. But throw it in there, I'll take a look, and if there's something I can contribute to it, I obviously will. Let me take a look here. So just looking at these stocks here. That's Saba. Look at you, Saba. Interesting. Back up above that 200-day. You know, this is one of those, you got to be so careful with these stocks. I mean, you know, pharmaceuticals. I just, in my long-term accounts, I really don't do pharmaceuticals. Just, you know, really risky stuff. Aqua, I remember this thing was a big flyer, right? This was like $100 stock at one point. Am I crazy? Yes, I am crazy. I'm lying. Well, I guess 50 was all it ever made to. Maybe I'm confusing it with something else. But, I mean, what a move off the COVID lows. Bit of a pullback, but sitting pretty nice here right now, actually. Now it looks like Holly shorted it today. Bad Holly. Interesting stock. These are your 5 from this week with the strength alerts, or now known as the swing picks. So let's see. SNDR is triggered. Continue to move on up. The issue with this here, though, is you can't get it right around the quote-unquote entry price. You know, it becomes a different risk management tool now versus the model that Michael's created. GFL, this would have been a little easier to get. Hung around that price for a while here before moving up. Is it curling over? Is it moving up? You know, we'll see. I do not believe any of these others have triggered. Maybe Man U triggered. This did not trigger. Man U trigger. Yeah, looks like Man U triggered. Unfortunately, giving it up for the moment. You know, so we'll see how that pans out for the rest of the week. Oh, Aqua's a buyout. Well then, thanks, Barry. What do you know? See, this is where I do get kicked once in a while for not paying attention to the news. Barry's always got my back. Let's see what else. I'm surprised we don't see some higher rated things in here right now, to be honest, considering that the market is, you know, market's up 1 1/3% right now. The SPY is up 1 1/3%. It's nothing to sneeze at. So PTC, this is a nice looking one right here. Information profile. What do you do? A lot of word salad in there. Not too shabby of a chart here, I gotta say. We got this long swath and base that happened here. It's recaptured the 200 back here. I think this is a big line for it right here. It's kind of out of my price range for trading, but you know, I'm gonna do this anyways. You know, above there. Looks like that 130 level is a pretty fair deal as well here. Throw a line there at that 130 level as well. And so we can see it's pretty significant price areas. So, you know, someone looking, you know, saying, geez, if we get up above this, you know, 130, let's call it 136 or so, you know, 136, could we make it up to this level of, you know, 150 and change and risk $4 or $6 to do that? So, you know, you'd be risking $6 here to that 130 level to this here. I'm not advocating for anybody to do it, but just this is what goes through my mind when I'm thinking about longer term positions. Let's close that. Oh, and ET continues to leave me alone. ET, phone home. COSM. Wasn't this a big flyer the other day? Yeah, I had a this one really kind of kicked me. I had a price alert at 355 and I was busy with something else. And the price alert went off and I wasn't paying attention. And then I don't know, 2 minutes later, this thing mooned. Anyways, it happens. Throw a price alert on here for fun. So, this is where relative volume and liquidity, you got to, take things into your own measurements here. Got 9 million shares traded, yet that relative volume isn't even 1 because of what's gone on back here. So, these are things to consider. This is obviously a huge level. I'll say this, let's call it 515, 520 level. You could even 525, 530 level. Up to that level. Definitely worth watching. Will it do anything? Hard telling, not knowing, as the saying goes. I see. This is one that the prime example of why pharmaceuticals are so dangerous here. And they cut both ways. Don't kid yourself. You got this here where this thing, gapped up like that, massive, and then you had this sell off here, and then you had this big gap up here, and then a huge move back down, and a huge move back up, and a huge move back down. That's why these things are be taken very seriously. Toast. Back above its 200-day data processing. I don't know if anybody else has noticed this pattern. However, a few different stocks that we have looked at that have come through and had some okay looking charts have been involved in either semiconductors or data processing. PTC, I believe, information and data, right? No. There's something else. Oh, I know what it was. Semiconductor. Whoa, I was looking at this here, CRDO. So, more to do with technology here. Your information tech. Well, this is trying to get up above. Also the XLK, right? That's also information or technology, right? A technology fund, XLK here. So I'd say this is a really big deal. That was not what I wanted to do at all. Look at that, much like the SPY, very similar. So if the overall market can start to break out, does technology get some reprieve? And again, we've got a symmetrical triangle going on here off this bottom. These are the things that I'm looking at on the longer term stuff here. You might say to yourself, gee, looking at this 120 something level, we could split hairs. It's a spongy zone, as I always say. You got this kind of spongy zone in here. Where do you want to call part of the zone? Is it down here? Is it up to this level here? Right? Where we can define risk. Are we more conservative? Is it 130? Are we more aggressive? Is it 127? Are we really aggressive? Is it 125? What do I think of the VIX? I think the VIX is a tool that measures the potential move that can happen, neither up nor down, but just the move itself. I would use it for nothing more than that, the implied volatility. So we're at, I don't know, what are we at for the VIX right now? Let me find the VIX. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000 So VXX, I don't think is a great tool for it anymore. You know, here's the VXX, what we can look at through the software. But I don't think that's a great tool because the VIX itself is actually up. I don't have a VIX chart that I can readily share right now. So I'm not logged into Thinkorswim. But the VIX right now sitting at 1960. So what's that? An implied move from the S&P of 4%, give or take. Forgive me on the math here. I'm doing it off the top of my head. So, you know, right now what we can discern from the VIX is that the VIX is pricing in a 4% move on the market over the next 30 days. What way will that move be? I have no idea, but that's not what the VIX does. It just tells us that we're expecting over the next 30 days, 4% one way or the other. Now, from there, we could take our technical analysis tools and hone into the SPY because it's, you know, the VIX is done with SPY with S&P options. For those that don't understand how the VIX works, do some research. A lot of good tools out, a lot of things out there to explain it to you. But this is all stuff that I had to know. I have to know for the CMT course. But essentially, you know, the VIX is implied volatility of the next 30 days. You know, so it's taking a square root of the price volatility, and that gives us what our implied move will be. And so, you know, if you're leaning bullish, you can use that implied volatility and you think that, you know, you see a bullish move in the SPY, the VIX tells us we're due for a 4% move in the next 30 days. If you believe that 4% move is to the upside, that's how you could leverage the VIX right now. Smith & Wesson brands, right? SWBI. Yeah, this is one of those tough ones because the fundamentals might be good, but there's a story underneath with the stock. And, you know, I really do my best to stay away from things like gun control. I have no public opinion on that whatsoever. When stocks have a story like that attached to it, that's that heavy, I'm just going to kind of stay right away from it, at least as far as a long-term account goes. I mean, if it has a day where it's, you know, it's having its day, I certainly would trade it. But this thing has, I mean, I won't call that illiquid, you know, it's 275,000 shares traded, but it's not got a lot of liquidity in there. There's not a lot of interest going in that stock right now. So if you were a believer for whatever reason in this stock, though, you know, you got a gap here. It could fill, you know, way under the 200-day moving average. So it's got room to run to that, you know, sort of things that we can look at constructively on it. But of course, I'm a big believer in Newton's law of motion. A body in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by another force. In this case, a stock in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by another force. We cannot predict forces in this. So therefore, that's where I'll leave Smith & Wesson brands. DBGI back on the move again here, taking out high of the day again. You know, again, plenty of volatility, plenty of liquidity here. You know, where do you look at for some resistance on this? You know, is it this topping shadow here? Is it $4? Is it topping shadow here at 430-ish, give or take? You know, great questions to which I don't have the answer to, and only time will tell where that runs out of steam, if it does run out of steam, right? I don't know what we're calling this indicator here. That has not officially been released yet, as far as I know. This thing running sideways for whatever that's worth. I've got volume coming into it here, you know, good volume coming into it here. I'm gonna have to guess that's a reverse split or 3 for an 880 lifetime high. I don't imagine that price ever got there. China, HUYI, also capturing here, you know, cradled by this 8 EMA. I hear breathing.
Well, it's funny, Chris. It's funny to me anyway. We were talking, I didn't realize we're going to have a physics lesson today, but we were talking about Isaac Newton, and there I'm eating an apple. Okay. And all I could think about the apple bonking him on the head and therefore discovering gravity, which of course a lot of people don't believe gravity exists, but
Well, you know, I'm
some
hoping to
people
one day
don't.
get anti-gravity boots like in those cartoons, like when
That's
I was
right.
growing up. But outside of that, all I know is whatever you want to call it. If I jump in the air, I get pulled back down to the earth. So if you
No,
want to call
you
it
don't.
gravity
That's
or
ridiculous. That's not the way it works. Don't you understand? There are all sorts of forums you can go out there that will disprove, and you know I'm just 100% kidding.
yes,
I'm not kidding about the forums. I'm just
I
kidding about
yes,
not
yes.
believing in gravity.
I
Oh
painstakingly
man.
take all the effort in the world to avoid all of those things. And all I can say is if you believe in something and you're making money on it and it makes you happy, keep doing it. Don't let me
Exactly.
deter you from it. But
Yeah.
don't try to drag me into it either.
Yeah. If not believing in gravity is making you money somehow, by all means keep doing it. Yes.
That's exactly it. So what? All right. So for me, Barry, I'm looking at DBGI here, and I'm thinking this
Yeah.
is an area where this is a tough area to get through here. 350, on these lower price stocks, I think the 25-cent numbers can be tricky to start with. Obviously,
Yeah.
whole numbers are always going to be tricky, and you look back at support and resistance. Kind of looks like this is a level, but I could pick 340 as a level. I could pick 350 as a level. I could pick 360 as a level. I could pick 10-cent levels going all the way up and give you a reason behind every one of them on a
And not
chart.
taking the trade. Yeah.
Yeah. What
Yeah.
would you look at right now at those?
Personally, well, again, just like you said, I mean, I always just look at that daily chart, and if
Yep.
I see anything that's close, I don't care if it's one day. I don't care if it's one day. I don't
Mm-hmm.
take the trade. It's really that simple.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, and I've been not burnt. I don't want to use the term burnt. Of course, a stock can go through a daily level like nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But I've just trained myself. If I look left and I see the next high is too close on a daily chart, I just don't
Mm-hmm.
take it, and it doesn't bother me if the stock, goes right through it. I mean, DBGI obviously it's a retailer.
Right.
The retail is doing really well today.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that's the reason for DBGI, because it's such a small one.
Yeah.
But you were talking about you're talking about the 200-day moving average. I mean, look at XRT. I mean,
Yeah.
XRT was in jeopardy a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, I guess.
Yep.
It had dropped down through the 200-day, and now look at it through the 200-day. Look at XLC. Look at XLC. Look at communications, which was the worst
Yes.
one probably. And look what
Right
it
on
has
the
done.
nose.
It's right on the 200-day. So,
Well, another one that I was talking about, and I had mentioned that. Now I don't know at what point you started listening to, but I started talking about the XLK, and that I've seen a few
yes.
different between the semiconductors overall and a few semiconductors that look kind of nice to me. That CRDO on the daily chart starts to look nice to me. And then, I was looking through here and, PTC, another information and technology, and TOST, another information. And these are all starting to, above their 200 days. And, I'm always looking for some longer term plays here to add and thinking to myself, all right, these things are, the sectors above the 200 day. We've got the SPY above the 200 day. Now I find these stocks are above the 200 day. Has a bottoming process been taking place? And maybe there's some room. So, it's funny that exactly what you were talking about, the XRT and applying it there. I was doing exactly with the XLK a few minutes ago here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if we're in a bear market, I don't see it right now because virtually all the major sectors are either right at or above the 200-day, which, I mean, you're Mr. CMT now. I mean, I think that is, I think that's pretty significant. And of course, the SPY itself is above the 200-day.
I went on to say, earlier when we were talking, when the market started to fall apart in 2001, there was things underneath. You had your growth stocks that had no business being at the prices that they were at, your Pelotons and your Zooms, and you could Carvana, and the list goes on and on and on. Where those collapsed and were part of holding the market from really moving, while you still had your darlings, your Apples and your Teslas and your Facebooks and so on and so forth moving up. Now you did have others, quote unquote, darlings, Amazon running flat or down at that point.
Yeah.
But underneath, there was different deterioration going on in the market while the market was still hovering around all-time highs and making new all-time highs through 2021. That whole charade, or I would call it that, those musical chairs came to an end more or less in 2022, where you had energy kind of held well. And that was really it through 2022.
Yeah.
But I find now that if we look and we find a mix of those growth stocks that held well, that have potential value, or excuse me, those value stocks that held well, that still have potential for growth, like an ExxonMobil, for example. You're not going to set the world on fire, but Mobil never had a hard pullback like the rest of the market did. And I'm sure we could step outside the energy sector and start to find some technology stocks that have done the exact same thing as that, maybe fewer or far in between, that have primed themselves for some nice runs as we move forward here. But I agree with you. You try to look for, I try to play the devil's advocate on both sides, and I'm seeing less bearish signs and more bullish signs.
Oh, there's no question. I'm looking at Beyond Meat right now, by the way, to BYND. It's just at the level, I just put a price alert over 16 BYND, and the next high looking left is 1728. So there's a lot of room. So this could be interesting, maybe for the balance of the day, but maybe tomorrow. BYND. I'm just looking. It's a nice little breakout.
Piggy right back on that right now, as a matter of fact. And it's one of those, it comes back to one of those other things that I talk about too, is liquidity versus volume. When I say liquidity, I always mean the shares traded. When I say volume, generally I either mean the 1 minute, 5 minute, or the relative volume. And so it's doing a touch more on the relative volume, but there's plenty of liquidity there. I mean, 1.4 million shares traded. So there's no question, get in and out as you want. The spread is 2 cents right now. There's no real spread on it. So it's one of those ones that there's no, you don't have to go chasing after the DBGIs or the, what was something that was wild this morning? That CVKD. You don't have to go chasing those things. There's other opportunities out there that are, let's call them, for lack of a better term, safer.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you look at that. Yeah, BYND has been, today anyway, it's just been nicely marching up. I'm not saying, and as you know, I'm not saying take the trade now, not to you or anybody else, but it has that look if it holds 16 for a bit, and the market, keeps moving higher. Hey.
Oh wait, you said you're not saying to take. I just put my whole account into it.
Yeah, right.
I just bet the college fund.
All right. Well, poor Alana.
She'll do all right. So
I'm sure.
All right, Barry. I won't take up any more of your time here, but I like when we do this.
Yes, me too. It's enjoyable. Definitely. I wish I miss talking to you every single day, but so that's why we got to get our Monday in.
Well, let's see what the future holds here. You never know what the future holds here.
Sure.
You're right. All right, I'll turn it back over to you if you didn't take the screen already.
Yeah, I just got the screen now.
Excellent. Yep. And I thank everybody else very kindly for listening. We drone on for an hour plus there, and happy trading, everyone. I'll talk to you soon, Barry.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Adios.
I'm back in all 3 rooms. Okay, so let me get rid of my announcement. So yeah, I was just talking with Chris about this BYND. I mean, it's got the room. I had actually put a price. So I'm not saying to take it now, but just give me a moment, please. About that, you guys probably can't hear my phone ringing, but yeah, I had to take that call. Yeah, perfect. I mean, you're certainly not making any pronouncements that Beyond Meat is a good company or produces a great product or anything like that. This is just, of course, we're just looking at a potential trade, which is that's all I do. I don't care about. I mean, would I eat their product? I think I did once. I didn't like it, but that's just me. But just a trade, just a trade. I almost hopped on that GME short, but that 22 is holding. So got to give its due today. I mean, it is ramped up. What's the next high looking left? 2370 is the next high looking left. So yeah, this is not really one to short yet, for sure. Issue with the market. No, I know, perfect. I know you're just making a joke. I know. But it's funny. I mean, people will say to me, "Why did you trade that company? If they're either going bankrupt, or B, they make a crummy product, or C." And I say, "Listen, I don't. We're only talking intraday. If something sets up, I don't care. I don't care what they do. If something sets up as a potential trade, I'll do it. Now, I may draw the line at a tobacco company. I have to admit. All right, let's take a look at some of these crazy low priced ones that we had before. Okay, so IDAI looks like it's kind of dead right now. Okay, keep an eye on the GNS now. I mean, it had a pop and it pulled back. You've got a big topping tail there now. So yeah, it had a big run, big volume. You can see right there, 8 million shares came in, but it has pulled back, but it's holding some bottoming tails now. It's some bottoming tails on the 15, so making higher lows. But it is, let's face it, it is very can be very whippy. So if you're going to take this trade, don't take too many shares, put a wide stop, and you might be able to hang on throughout if it does get a lot more whippy on you. Of course, the high looking left is from Friday when it got all the way up to 525. But this actually got up to, was it 8? No, I thought it got up higher in the pre-market. Yeah, I'm wrong. Okay. Yeah, it got up to 550 or so. Okay. Pre-market looking at Friday's pre-market. I keep clicking on these alerts and I hope to find a big void when I look left, but not getting it yet. I'm looking at purple right here, PRPL. But the next high is 602, so I can't take that trade. All right, guys, just kind of Taking a look at some of the emails that are coming in. Well, for you real penny players, I mean, look at this FFII. This had a nice, great day today, up 35%. Lots and lots of volume. Big float. I mean, it's amazing the float, if that is correct. For a sub $1 stock to have almost $500 million in the float, that is pretty amazing. And amazing that it's run 35% on that float. All right, keep an eye on ALT from Zach Scan. Maybe it's too late. Well, I don't know. 1422 was the alert. It did pop up to 1429. Got a little bit of room to run. You know, bounce plays certainly will work a lot better in a market environment like this, unless there's some very specific news about this one that was causing it to. But it's, you know, it's just mildly negative ALT. CRDO, guys, I know Chris was talking about this in the YouTube room. So CRDO holding the VWAP all day, over 16, 3-cent spread, not terrible. Looking left, I don't see very much resistance. So take a look on the weekly chart. And the next high I see is 1733. Is that right? Yeah, 1609 is the next high, but after that, 1732 on the weekly chart is the next high for CRDO. So it's got some room. FFIE, is that what you meant? FFIE? FFIE. One, I think that's what you mean. Sparky? Sparky, National Lampoon. You know, guys, the INBS may not be dead. I mean, I know I've sort of talked about this seemingly all day, but I mean, it's still holding the VWAP 121. Basing, obviously, it needs some volume to come in. And, you know, you never know. Volume comes in later on, and it might just pop it through the highs of the day. Right now, you can see the volume is just sort of dwindling on the 15-minute chart. But that's why I do have a couple of price alerts set for this one around the 145 level if it takes it out later. Okay, so Candice, all you have to do is go to whatever alert window or top list window that you're getting these alerts, but you might have to do them all. Okay, so you right click, configure, and click on exchanges. Okay. I mean, make sure that you followed that. And when you click on exchanges, just uncheck Toronto Venture and Toronto Exchange, Stock Exchange. Then you won't get the .cab and .cats. Okay, so I'll do that one more time. Right click. Okay. And don't forget to save your work, right? Save your work, save your layout at the end of the day. Every little change you make has to be saved. Otherwise, tomorrow you'll run into the same issue. Yeah, in case other people are wondering, I mean, you can pick the exchanges you want to see, by right-clicking on the alert or top list window, and then just clicking on exchanges. If you don't want to see the pinks, or you do want to see the pinks, there they are. We have 3 pink sheet stock, I guess, exchanges, if you will. A couple of Toronto, a couple of Canadian. Typically, this is, in fact, I usually don't have ARCA. I don't like ARCA. But, this is typically what most people have. The first 4. Yeah, the Genius GNS, guys, it's again, it's holding, making higher lows not all the time, but it's making higher lows over the last hour anyway. GNS. Okay, I was just talking about INBS earlier. Forget about it. Again, forget about it. Yeah, it looks like it really wants to give up that VWAP now. It could be over now. Again, a little bit later in the day, could be over now. Oh, I'm not a swing trader, okay, at all. So my thoughts on swinging something that's under $1, I'm the wrong person, truly the wrong person. I mean, it's an EV play. So, right today, EVs seem to be pretty hot. Who knows what happens tomorrow? So the only thing I can say is that take a look at the next highs on the weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, between here and $1.12, I mean, that's the next high looking left. So, but again, I am not, because my problem with something like that, you have to take a lot of shares in order to, make any money. And I'm just not comfortable taking a lot of shares in these sort of things. I mean, let's face it, there was a reason why this was 36 cents, last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was. And we can't blame the evil shorters for everything. I'm not even sure FFIE is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Actually, yeah, I'm amazed. There are lots of shorts available. 1.29 million. And it's a huge float. I mean, it's a fantastic percentage move today, 35% with that float. I know I've done this before. I'm pretty sure I've done this before with FFIE because I'm always amazed at the float. And then I go to my float checker. And yeah, I mean, it looks like that is the float. I mean, here are some float values: 295, 245, 241, 346, 399. So I mean, our provider has 447. The bottom line is it's a huge float for a sub $1 stock, but it is definitely moving. And W is still hanging around that 58, 59 mark, guys. I mean, if somebody said, what would you swing right now? Not being a big swing trader, this W really looks interesting. I mean, I know it's already looks, super extended on the weekly, which is, true, 33 to 58, but it's had all these upgrades, all these big price targets put on it. More importantly, though, when you look left, 76.35 is the next high looking left. So, I mean, there's an argument to be made that, this could be a pretty decent swing trade. Depends where you're going to put your stop. I mean, if you put your stop at the low of today, this is on the weekly chart, but we only had one day, so the low of today is 53. Let's just make the math easy. Let's just say you took this trade right now at 58 and you put your stop at 53. That's a $5 stop. Do you have a reasonable expectation of making $10 on this trade? Well, if I add $10 to the current price, I get 68. The next high looking left is 76. So in theory, if you're thinking that the next high in the weekly might stall it, well, the math makes sense. But again, that is not a recommendation. But that would be not my thought process, though. Now, you don't have to put the stop at the low of today, but a lot of people might look at that and think, well, that wouldn't be a bad one, or yeah. But the big attraction is looking left, 76.35, next high, plus all of these big price targets that have been put on it, all the way up to, I think, so that's not a big one by Baird. Okay, 52, but I think it's JP Morgan. I can't remember what the JP Morgan upgrade to what was 80. Bank of America, $65. They're okay. JP Morgan, 63. Wedbush also. I think even though the news releases this morning said 38, that had to be a mistake. But Pepe found somewhere that they've got 60. So you've got some companies that are getting behind this one. So the next step is, I mean, if you, again, let's make the math easy. If you took this trade at the 58 level with a $5 stop, how much are you actually willing to risk on the trade? Okay, in terms of dollars, if it doesn't work, again, make the math easy. If you're willing to risk $500 on the trade, you would take 100 shares with a $5 stop, as an example. If you want to risk, $250 on the trade, you would take 50 shares. Things like that. That kind of should be your thought process, in my opinion, anyway. So there you go, guys. There's the GNS. Like saying, making higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Just look at this 15-minute chart. Look at all these bottoming tails. From about 11:45 on, 11:45, 11:30 on. Sorry, no. Let me get this eyeball this correctly. 11:45 on for GNS on the 15-minute chart kept making higher lows, and kaboom! Now, I think Shady is still probably long this one as a swing. He must have had a pretty pretty wide stop on it, but that's okay. 262 was the low today. Ah, okay, GME. All right, first of all, I'm going to do my video now. So it's about 1:30, so I should be back by no later than 1:40. Yeah, okay. Should be sooner, but just in case I run into some technical issues. Okay, 1:40 p.m. Eastern time, of course. Okay, guys, so I'll be putting myself on mute. Looks like I forgot to mute myself in the YouTube room. That's okay. You guys can hear me. Let me get back into both rooms then, the other two rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Give me a moment, please. Michael gave me a. Look at Wayfair, guys. Now, this is I actually did my video on Wayfair. Almost getting to the high of the day. High of the day is, it looks like 59.39, 59.36 a couple of times, and another one at 59.15. So you can kind of see if it can take out 59.39, it could have another run in it. And look at the market. Market is just not giving up. We had momentary blip down, touched 400, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost an hour and a half straight up again. Definitely a nice, nice day. Just checking out some of these ones from the 10-day daily breakout. Other than VAX, which was early, nothing has really broken, which is interesting. I mean, the one that was the best by far was CPRX on the 10-day daily breakdown, with the news that Teva, a generic drug manufacturer, was basically going to put out the generic version of the drug that CPRX has, and it appears that that is the majority, if not all, well, certainly of the drugs they have to sell right now. So that's what caused CPRX to have a big drop. But on the upside, you would think with the market doing what it's doing, you would think we'd get a lot more movement, but not really. Not from this one, the 10-day daily breakout. If this one ever can get going, CLBT, we back down to a daily chart. All right, guys. I'm just looking to see. Yeah, my sound alerts are on. I'm not getting too many new alerts here. Just watching that Wayfair W. If it takes out 59, that could really get it going again. It's at 58.87 right now. All right, guys, there's W. W over 59 now. Challenging the high of the day. W. Challenging the high of the day. Yeah, big rug pull. I mean, there's wow. I mean, this CVKD got up to $9 pre-market, cut in half now. Yeah, I mean, they did actually have some news, fast track, FDA fast track designation. Well, this one from the AI definitely was good if you don't mind playing ETFs and all. A three-time leveraged ETF, FNGU. Alert was at 58. It's at 64 now. Basically, I mean, it just follows the market. Right, guys, what I'm seeing right now, just things are kind of settled down. I don't see, wow, the Beyond Meat though. Wow, I was talking about that one on a 16 break with Chris in our YouTube room, just as I was taking over, right around 1 o'clock. Yeah, right at 1 o'clock. Look at this move now for Beyond Meat, BYND. I was saying it's interesting because when you look left, look at the room it had, 1728, following the market. I mean, just actually more trading on its own because it did not have a red bar like the market did. Pop, base, and then just a solid move for Beyond Meat, BYND. I'm not in this one. I was hoping that it was actually kind of sit around 16 for a little bit longer. Give me a moment, please. Do I mean by a red bar? Somebody in our Peter in our YouTube room? A red candle. I mean, candlestick on depending on the time frame you're looking at. When you look at Beyond Meat, BYND, you can see that red bar right there, red candle, red bar. I call it, interchangeable on the SPY. Nothing like that on for Beyond Meat, BYND. I keep looking at GME as a potential short, but the market's so strong, and this is that meme stock. The other issue is like how dynamic could it be? I mean, there's the VWAP 2149. That's only 50 cents away, so looks like there's a lot of support right around that 2150 and the VWAP. So I may just forget about it. Inspired Entertainment, INSE. INSE, sort of interesting, almost an all-time high for this one, INSE. Not very much volume though, 205,000. Just sneaking into a couple of scans that I've got, so. It had another run, HOLO. Yeah, even it looked like it was going to be over probably around that $8 level, but yeah, Friday had a huge pop. Today had another huge pop. It's pulled back somewhat, but it's amazing. That's HOLO. Very choppy though. Well, look at Nova, guys. I mean, Nova's interesting, and of course, energy play. Well, electric power. The 200-day moving average, 2103, just a little bit above it, and then look left, 2123. After that, 2264, the next high. So based on what happens today, if it holds well, and then maybe tomorrow it takes out that high and the 200-day. And so I, keep an eye on it for tomorrow. Maybe put a price alert at the high, say around 2118 or so, 2122. Who knows? I might do it today. But if it does it tomorrow, you know that there's some room. Pretty small red bar though on the SPY. Pretty small one so far anyway. I think the key would be to hold that 401 level, 401.81. That's the low of the previous 15-minute candle. Yeah, a little bit of a pop for DBGI. See what you're looking at, but that, you got some topping tails here, some bottoming tails. It's pretty tough to trade right now, in my opinion. Plus, actually, Chris and I talked about this one. He asked me my opinion about this one in the YouTube room. Yeah, and I just keep looking left. Anytime I see a high on the daily chart that's close to the current price, I just take a pass. And I'll run the course. I mean, does it matter? Does it mean that that next high is going to stop it? Of course not. But I've just conditioned myself to not take trades when when it's like that. But right now, I'm not seeing too much. Hmm. Well, here's another one though. Look at NTLA as an example. So you look left. Next high looking left is 35.66. Not that far away, but a dime away. If it can take that out, then the next high is almost $39, 38.91. So it has some room if it can take out that high, but a dime away. So again, just put a price alert and see if it happens. All right, guys, I am not seeing too much. Another one, DMTK coming right into the 200-day moving average. Tomorrow we'll have a lot of earnings plays probably to take a look at. And it's not, I have no idea what companies they are. I don't really care. Again, I don't care about the big guys, but we'll have quite a few earnings plays for the balance of the week. NTCY. Let's take a look at NTCY from Excel Trader. NTCY. Or is it NCTY? I guess it's NCTY, right? Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at this one. So low float, China stock. Yeah, over the VWAP. VWAP is 162, so barely over the VWAP. Let's take a look at it on a weekly chart to see where. So there is a high at 167. There's a high at 172. There's a high at 174. So you know what I'm going to say. For me, it really, these are weekly candles also. So for me, it's had a great run, from 62 cents to 163 in basically 2 weeks and a day. So there's no question it's had a nice run. All right, guys, let's take a trade in the simulator. Okay, now we're getting, that bar was starting to get a little bit more wider, that previous 15, but more importantly, the second one now we're starting to see a bit of a drop. Will 400 hold? So why don't I just stick an alert, a price alert around 448, see if that's going to hold today. See if the market can hold in a couple of ways. 400 is just sort of a psychological number. Well, it's the same as the VWAP, really. So 400 is really a key number. There's the VWAP, 399.85 for the SPY. So will it hold? Okay, with this market doing what it's doing, we may start to see some peaks here. Like look at Beyond Meat. Is it still moving higher? Not quite. BYND. If the market continues this, there might be some good topping plays to short. Okay, Aspen, which is not following the market right now. ASPN, the next high looking left is 1185. Well, let's see if I can base here for a bit. This is not bad, guys. I mean, look left. 1185 is the next high looking left. The stock's at 1117 right now. Market is doing this. It is not. It is kind of right now anyway, trading on its own, but for how long? That is the issue. It's a not a low float, not high. 63 million in the float. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, kind of watching this ASPN now. Now it didn't, not running away yet. 11.11, 11.14 bid ask. But it's just not trading very much. You look at my time in sales, you see the gaps here. Just not trading like a lot. Okay, Novavax, NVAX could be interesting. The high of the day is around 1267. It's at the VWAP right now, 1206, a little bit above the VWAP right now. Trying to curl up. VWAP is at 1206. Let's see if it holds that VWAP and starts to move. Has a little bit of room to 1245. I'm just waiting on something. All right, you know what? Took the NVAX. And I put the stop at the VWAP. Gets anywhere close to it. So a 10-cent stop, and so if I add 20 cents to the price, that gives me to 36, and the looks like there's some resistance around 1246. So in terms of a risk reward, it kind of makes sense. Oof, guys, there's just not, for me anyway, not a lot happening. I know William was talking about CYAD, CYAD. Look how choppy this is on the 15. Wow. Just bottoming tails, topping tails. Well, guys, any questions, please fire away now. I'm not really seeing too much. Yeah, the W looks like it might be, as you say, heading for the VWAP again, 57.25. Boy, it's really risen. You can see it's risen. 56. Wow, it's still over about a little less than $1 away. I'm going to put my homepage link in there, guys. So if you do click on it, you're going to see a way in which you can take out a subscription. I don't think it's been changed yet, though, unfortunately. So you cannot use this promo code. Yeah, King 25 is not available anymore. It's going to be Barry, my name, 15 for 15% off. Please do the get started. This is the Trading 101. If you're brand new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at that. Stock of the day video that I did it on W today. Trade of the week, I guess it's done pretty darn good, guys. If you took it, AMD, yeah, did very well so far. The trigger was 7013. You couldn't have got it there, but you could have got it, 70, between 71 and 72, I guess. And that's a very nice move. And when you look left, it still has some room, 75.21, I believe. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's above that high. Okay, look left. 79.23 is the next high looking left. It's a great break for AMD. So that's the trade of the week. It's free also. Just sign up for it. You'll get it sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. All my education is here. We have the great user guide. They have that getting started series again. If you do take out a subscription, daily support. Today was Chris. Tomorrow it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Here's the free trading room, educational videos about trade ideas. And instead of this one, the back to basics, I would use this one. Michael put this together. Okay, the trading 101. If you're new to trading, great free resource for you. Okay. Genius approaching 5 now, guys. GNS approaching 5. And my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market acting up and down. The races are here that you see. I've talked about the 10-day daily breakout and down. But I am sharing other scans. A momentum scan. So if you do take out a subscription, please use my homepage link. Use my promo code Barry15. And also, if you save my link, you'll have access to my scans at any time and the big education section. So now the GNS, I mean, the next high is 519. That was the high of Friday. So, man, if it takes this out, this could get really rolling again. I mean, it's done well today, up 54%. But boy, I mean, if it takes out that high, that's what traders look at, in my opinion, anyway. Well, this trader, anyway. Low float, Singapore stock is GNS. Yeah, I have here. Yeah, you're right, 545. That's what I actually thought. So it's not quite a little, so it's 519. That may not matter though. I think most traders are just gonna look at that daily chart. But I do see that, yeah, I do see that now. That was the pre-market on Friday. All right, guys, there it goes. So it took out the pre-market, took out the high of Friday, not including the pre-market, but it took out the high, 519, and that's GNS. Well, this one keeps wanting to move higher here, guys. FFIE. Now, listen to the person who asked about swinging this. If you feel like swinging it, go ahead. But boy, this is definitely had a nice run today. And there's GNS, guys. GNS 519. Even a late alert like this. And why do we get this so late? Because it had to take out yesterday, meaning Friday's high. That's one of the obviously for it to be a 10-day daily breakout, it's going to have to be the high of the last 10 days. So it didn't get that until it took out that high of Friday. All right, guys, this is before a 1 for 2, but I did take out some of the Novavax at 12:30. Okay, from 12:16 to 12:30. I know that's only 14 cents. In theory, I should be getting 20 cents, but I wanted to ensure some profit on this one. I could have waited another nickel, and that would have been a 1 for 2. All right, guys, let's take a look. So GNS popped up, still looks pretty good, still above that high of Friday, 519. Lots of volume came in, a lot of volume came in. In fact, this is the biggest volume bar of the day for it on the 15s anyway. Yeah, so I'm not going to make any recommendations one way or the other to buy this right now. I mean, it's a little bit extended right now. Maybe wait for. I'm not saying to buy it, even if it pulled back somewhat. But it's obviously got some steam now that it's above yesterday's or Friday's high. But does it meet your trading style? I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, does it meet your trading style? Okay, so I don't look at price target so much unless you consider. I think the next high is 7 something. Yeah, 743 is the next high looking left. Okay. Now, is that a target? I don't know, but that's the next high looking left on a weekly chart. So what are we talking? We're talking $2. I'm not saying it's getting there. Nobody's going to say it's getting there, but that's all I look at. Well, support is a very depends on the time frame you look at. And depends, are you talking about swinging? Are you talking about intraday? Like, there's all sorts of, if you look at a 15-minute chart, support might be way down here around 450. I mean, so it really depends on the time frame you're. So you're asking very specific questions, Jim. Are you a new trader? I mean, it really depends on your trading style. I mean, some might put a stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay, if you're a new trader, then before you ask any more questions, this is what I would do, because nobody can tell you, I can't tell you, well, this is exactly where you're going to put your stop, because everybody is different. I eyeball a chart sometimes, not sometimes, I usually eyeball a chart, and maybe a 15 or a 5-minute chart, look to where I see there's some support, where I think there could be some support. So if we broke through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. But my idea of support and yours and anybody else's may be very different. Okay. So if I were new, I'd probably say maybe use the previous 5-minute low as your stop, maybe the 15, depending on how wide the candle is. But what I would do, if you're brand new to trading, this is what I would do. If you take a look at my homepage, whoops. So Michael Nossa Trade Ideas put this together, Trading 101. I would look at this, I would do this, I would look at the videos that he created if you're brand new to trading, okay? There's a lot to trading. There's no right or wrong, where do you put your stop? What's your target? What's this, what's that? There is no, those are two general questions, and it all really depends on your trading style too. And I'm not trying to be evasive. It's just that there's a lot that goes into trading. I'm more of a momentum type trader. I like to see stocks near the highs of the day. Doesn't mean just because a stock is at the high of the day, I take the trade. But what I do is I'm always, okay, if the stock is near the high of the day, then I start looking left on the higher time frames to see where could it go until it hits that next high. That's my style. Somebody else's style might be, you know what, I can't do that. What I would wait for is a pullback to a certain moving average, perhaps, or maybe to the VWAP, or maybe, things like that. You have to develop your own style. There is no right or wrong. And also, I don't know if you're a member of, if you are a member of Trade Ideas now, practice in our simulator. I was just going to actually do some simulated trading. Practice in the simulator, uses our real-time data. You need our standard service, and then you're set to go. And it's really simple. Well, it's simple enough. You just click on an alert, any symbol, the symbol will show up. Let me just click on the account. Oh dear, this hung me up. System just froze on me, I think. Yeah, I think the symbol, I think I just got hung up here. I'm going to have to do a reboot of Trade Ideas. Not a big deal. I just lose the top 10 list. And I want to let them know what I did. Okay, so bear with me, guys. Not the end of the world, just have to reload. Okay, let's try that again. Click on the simulator, go to account, simulated trading default. That's what, for whatever reason, it just froze on me when I did that. So let's take a look at GNS. If I were going to take this trade right now and employ some money management techniques, okay, so that now this one probably requires a wider stop. So normally, well, it doesn't matter. I'll take 500 shares. I want to explain what I'm doing. I'm going to take 500 shares. Bid ask is okay. So I'm going to send it. I'm in the trade now. This is in the simulator. Entry was 544. I'm going to put a stop at 524. I may get stopped out immediately, but I just want to demonstrate what you can do. You're going to see a red line on the chart that says minus 100. Okay. I'm just trying to demonstrate how you can, like some money management. So when I get into a trade, and I might get stopped out immediately, want to see this 530, will 524 hold? So before I take a trade, I have to check. I have a checklist that I have to check every box before I'll take a trade. Okay. And if I can't check every box, I don't take the trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is. Okay. A lot of my things are, I have a certain price range I like, a certain minimum volume, a minimum relative volume, etc. So when I get an alert, a lot of things are already checked for me. So I click on the alert, then I'll look left to see what I see. And if I think that there's enough room looking left that a stock could keep going until it hits the next high, then I make an evaluation if I'm going to take the trade. What's the overall market doing? Am I trying to trade against the market? Things like that. I can usually size all this up pretty quickly though. So I get into the trade. Now, just because I like the trade doesn't mean it's going to work. So I have a stop, and I put the stop 20 cents away on purpose, okay, and make the math easy. When I trade, I try to risk about the same amount every trade. So I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, $50 the next. In the simulator, I try to demonstrate 100. I'm risking $100 every trade. Okay. That's why I took 500 shares and again, to make the math easy, because I put the stop 20 cents away. Not because that necessarily and I just got stopped out. Okay, just got stopped out for the manageable $100 loss of 102. Okay, and so where I put my stop versus where the entry is, 544 minus that 524 was 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 a trade, I divide 20 cents into 100, and I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. It's always going to be determined by the difference between my entry and my stop. And I'm always risking about the same amount per trade, okay? So I would practice in our simulator, because until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money with your live account. It may take you 3 months, it may take you 6 months, it may take you a year. Everybody's different. Nobody wants to hear that. I understand. You want to hear that you can just start trading immediately, you fund your account, and let's go. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Trade Ideas is called Trade Ideas for a reason. We generate ideas, based on some of the scans that I've got. We have a lot of built-in scans from our toolbar, but you can also create your own. But just because you get an alert from a scan, it doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. There's a lot more to trading than just that. So money management techniques, money management is so key. Oops, well, there's a SPY, guys, testing that 400 level. Unfortunately, we may not close over 400. I do not trail stop. The reason I don't trail stop, and there's nothing wrong with trail stopping, I'm usually in very few trades at the same time, usually no more than 2. And so I don't want to put some kind of an artificial trail stop. In other words, like 0.5% below, or 20 cents below. What I do is I'm always, because I'm only in maybe 2 trades at the same time, I can manage my trades the way I see it on a chart. So I do not trail stop. Now, if I were in, 10 trades at the same time, I would have to do something differently, but I've never been that trader, that type of a trader. So, well, I close a position when I think, I've been trading for a while, Jim. Okay. So, I mean, I look at a chart and I see how it's trading. And, before I take a trade, I want to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2 in terms of risk reward. So if I'm risking 10 cents on a trade, I have to be able to look at it. If I'm going to take a trade, I'll try to make again the math easy. If I get into it, say I take a trade at $10 and I look, or I'm thinking about taking a trade and it's at $10 and I look underneath and I think there's some good support at 9.90, 10 cents away. Okay, so I think, okay, there's my stop, 10 cents away. Now I look left and I check to see where the next high is. If it's at least 20 cents away, then it becomes a candidate for a trade. Why 20 cents away? Because if I'm going to risk 10 cents on the trade, I want to have a reasonable expectation of making 20 cents, 1 for 2 risk reward. So for me, if I get to that 1 for 2, then I start looking and saying, should I take some profit now? How is it trading? Is it still moving higher? If so, I leave it alone. Okay. So there's no, when do I close a position? I mean, a lot of it is how I, how I'm seeing the chart, how I'm looking at a chart. If it gets up to a 1 to 3, so in other words, I've risked 10 cents. Now I'm up 30 cents. I keep in the trade. I keep keeping in the trade. But if I were up 30 cents and then all of a sudden it dips down a bit, I'll probably take some profit. If you're going to ask me how much, it depends. It really depends on how I'm seeing the trade. What's the market doing? What is the market doing? I mean, right now, the market is now almost an hour straight down. Okay, after this great run, and 400 is in jeopardy. The spies or the SMA, the 200 SMA, simple moving average, is in jeopardy. Look at it right there. Well, actually, so it's dropped a bit. The VWAP now is in jeopardy. So if I were in a trade that kind of follows the market a little bit, and it was still moving higher, even though the market was doing this, but I'd be really, really eyeballing this. Okay. The minute it would start to move down, I would probably take some out. Now, a lot of the stuff that we see are what we call alpha stocks. They're kind of trading more or less on their own. They don't care as much what the overall market's doing or what its sector, if it's in, it's a specific sector, is doing within reason. You look at Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat right now doesn't give a rip. Okay, that the market is doing this as an example. No, I don't use them. No, because I'm only in a couple of trades at the same time, max usually, Jim. Okay. If I were in, 10 trades at the same time, sure, I'd have to change. But I've never been that sort of a trader, so I never. The only time I'll ever use like an auto stop, but it's so rare, is if I'm going to have to step away from my computer or something, so I might put something in, but it's so rare that I do that. So GNS, I think, made the move because Paradox, there are a bunch of these stocks now that are kicked off. They think that there's a bunch of naked shorting taking place. So these stocks some of these have banded together. Well, I shouldn't say that. They're operating independently, but there's more and more of these stocks that are coming out of the woodwork that are complaining about being naked short selling. I think that's the reason why GNS started its move on Friday. I'm sorry, on Thursday. But like if you look at Verb today as an example, just so I can show you the now okay, here we go. Okay. Stocks rally against, again on a raise forecast. Okay, fine. Plans to battle the short selling. Okay. And if I look at Verb, this was the one that today that has joined the, give me a moment. Well, the headline is not showing up for some reason, but it's the same. A lot of these are going to be battling. They're coming out and saying, we're going to battle these short sellers. Okay. I don't know if most of them are. Verb is not. I know that BCRX is another one that came out and said, yeah, it's over. It's a $7 stock, but they came out and said the same thing. Was it BCRX? No, it was some other stock that's around $7. I can't remember it. I can't remember it now. So GNS guys, I mean, it's leaving that you go to the simulator. So yeah, I got stopped out. Okay, got stopped out. Now, one of the key things, you can always get back into a trade. Commissions are so cheap, either zero or very, very, very cheap. No reason, so you get stopped out, but maybe for all the reasons you took the trade in the first place, they set up again later. So can you add this to, yeah, I used to have it, but I prefer to have it independent, but here's how you do it. Okay, so who asked that question? VMS. Okay, first of all, can you hear me and can you see what I am doing? Okay, first thing you have to do is close it down. Okay, if you have it up and running, just exit out. So if you don't want to do that now, that's fine, but it's really no big deal to do it now. But you have to close it down. I'm not going to do it. And then, so let's assume you've closed it down. Now, before you do it, I would click on if you want to put it in a certain dock, I would click on the dock first. Okay, just click on the dock. Like, I don't know how many dock windows you've got, but just, if you only got one, then just click on it. Or you don't even have to do that. If you only have one, but if you have several, click on the dock that you want it to go into. Now, click Tools, and then Options. Okay, you're following me so far? VMS, are you following me so far? Am I on mute? Okay, I just have to know because, I don't want to keep going and then, okay, so now, no, I'm just talking to VMS. Just want to make sure he's hearing what I'm going to do. So now, okay, so let me just start one more time here. So click on Tools. I haven't done this for a while. Click on Tools, Options, Layouts. Okay, Tools, Option, Layouts. Now, you see where it says Opening Windows? Check that. Open in dock window. Okay. I'm not going to do it because I don't want things opening up in a dock window, but just say open in dock window and then save that, okay? Then when you open, click new Brokerage Plus, it'll open in it'll open in that dock window. If you only have one dock window, it'll open in it. If you have several, that's why I was saying click on the dock you want it to go into, and it'll be put in there. Let me know if that worked for you. If it didn't, I'll do it again. Oh, okay, it worked. Now here's the next step. Unless you want every single, if you load an alert window or a top list window from your cloud, unless you want every single one of them to go into a dock, which I don't think you probably want, go back to tools, options, the layouts again, and then uncheck that open in dock window, uncheck it. Otherwise, every time you open a scan, it'll go into a dock and you may not know which one is going into, and you may not want that, okay? So uncheck that and then save it again, okay? Hey, no problem. Just give me one moment, please. What's causing again, another question about what is causing GNS to rise? Again, I think it started right here on Thursday with I don't know if they were the first one to come out of the woodwork to say we want to attack these short sellers. I don't know if they were the first one. The illegal short selling scheme puts Genius Group and David versus Goliath fight. Genius CEO Roger Hamill leading the charge, armed with a board-approved action plan and a task force of heavy hitters, etc. Okay, so that I think that's seems to be the reason. Oh, I don't know how they're going to attack them. I think they're trying to get legislation or something. I have no idea. No idea. They said they've got some guy from the FBI. Ex-FBI. I don't think he works for the FBI now. Ex-FBI. Including a former deputy director of the FBI. Okay, so there you go. Well, believe it or not, guys, on the GNS, put an alert, high of the day. I can get a lot of, I think what's happening is my system is slowing down because I'm in the simulator. So I'm going to disconnect. I'm going to stick an alert right up here at 636. We're getting closer to that weekly high of 7 something. Well, I don't think it's stopping traders from shorting. I think they're talking about the naked shorting. Okay. I don't think there's no way you're going to stop traders from shorting. No way. I think they're talking more about the so-called naked shorts. Okay. Yeah, look at Sumo. Yeah, Sumo halted. Whoa, boy, this is going to have an incredible open if this holds. How many? A lot of volume too. A lot of volume. So there was some volume before the halt. That's 376,000 shares right there. But there were still about 1.2 million had traded before that. But this is what I'm talking about. And yeah, do you see any news on this one? It's not a low float, 92 million in the float. But this is what I'm seeing, guys. I mean, look at the potential open. 1462. It is stopped. There it is, halted. You can't see the symbol here, but you have to trust me. It is SUMO. And now we're getting a little more back to earth. See how that changed? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. But when I first looked at it, it said 14 something. Well, you see how it, in fact, it said, there it is, that it had 1462, 1462. So right now, 925, 925. So in case you don't know what might happen, this is the halt at 250 plus 50 seconds. So if this is going to be, typically they are 5-minute halts, 100%, not 100% of the time, but typically that's what they are. So this will open at 255 plus 50 seconds. So in a little more than a minute from now, if it is a 5-minute halt. So over the course of the halt, over the 5 minutes, you will see this bid ask change. This nothing is written in stone, but this is, even just before it just before when it resumes, doesn't necessarily mean that's where it's going to be. But what you'd want to see if you were in this right now, if you were fortunate enough to, have bought it at, I don't know, 850, you definitely want to see a number above the halt price as opposed to some number way below the halt price. Rumors that Thoma Bravo and Vista circles SUMO. Okay. Look at this. Look at this. See how it's changing? So I'll keep this up here. If it is it'll open in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is, guys. There's the open. So certainly above well, briefly anyway, above the halt price. Halt price was 902. Well, it's still above it. Sorry, it is still above it. And if you're going to ask me, well, how do you play these? I don't. The only time I will do it, I'm not going to chase this. The only time I would have taken this is if it somehow broke down below 902. That was the halt price briefly. And then popped up above 902 again. Then I would have taken some, but that doesn't happen that often. All right, guys. Let's see, sumo wrestling around this area. See you, Jim. Definitely take a look at that course. Free course, okay? Free resource for you. Thank you, Candace. I did that on purpose. Oh no, I got a million of them, William. I just I'm afraid to I'm afraid to emit them in this room. But every now and then they just present themselves, and it's impossible for me to resist. All right, guys. So typically, this is what I do right around this time. I'll put myself on mute. If you have any questions, I'll hop right back on the mic. So don't be shy. Okay, so I'll mute myself right now. Room will be open till about 3:20. All right, guys, I'm getting set to shut down. The Sumo is starting to run now. SUMO is starting to run now. Just trying to see where the next high is. $10.79. Paradox, I don't understand what you meant by that. That I said you shouldn't. I don't understand what you mean by that. Barry asked me not to do that. I don't recall ever saying to you, don't. The only time we ever talk about what not to do in the room is how many shares you're taking and how much money you made and all that. I don't recall ever saying to you. I do know. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions. So tomorrow we should have a lot of interesting plays, a lot of earnings plays, and for the balance of the week, and then the following week we'll have a ton more, and the following week we'll have a ton more. So should be pretty exciting for the next month in terms of earnings plays. So again, thanks for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.